Okay, I think we can start. Quite an impressive list of participants. Welcome everyone across Europe and even from across the sea or from other regions of the world. Today we are having the traditional public planning meeting that should give us clarity about the topics that we would like to discuss this year at EuroDIG. EuroDIG will take place in Finland, in Tampere, and I hope you are all aware that we had to change dates by the end of the year. So we are now meeting from the 19th to the 21st of June. And I can say that this is kind of a special date in Finland because the day after midsummer starts. So if you ever wanted to experience how the Finnish community is celebrating the highlight of the year, the longest day of the longest night of the year. No, sorry, the longest day. That was right. The longest day of the year. Then you should come to EuroDIG in person and stay over the weekend and experience what that might entail. So I have not prepared a presentation. I will rather work with all the information that is given on the website, and I hope that will also help you a little bit to understand and navigate on the website. I do have on my screen here the chat, but I would also like to ask Rainer to give me a hint if I'm missing something on the chat, because with the many windows, I might oversee something. I would like to invite you to speak as much as possible. I would like to limit my own speech because we want to know from you what is actually needed or what is missing on the agenda. So what I will go now is to our meeting page, which is here under program planning. And besides the agenda, you will also now find documents. If you don't see them on your screen yet, then please refresh the page, because here there is the link to the live stream and also to the recording later on. And you will find the documents that are subject of this call today. For instance, the list of proposal in various formats, in PDF as an Excel file, but also as we have published it on the wiki. And you will also see a breakdown of the submitted proposals. First of all, let's have a look at the proposals that we have received this year. The process was the same as usual. We asked for proposals, but not for sessions. So everyone who submitted something should not expect that we are going to translate this one-to-one into a session, but that our subject matter experts, who are also here represented on that call, have had a look at it and tried to see where the main focus areas this year's are. We had a intermittent process in terms of that we had the first main call for proposals until 31st of October, and then we had already a look in which direction we would like to go. And after that, the call for proposals was not closed, the form was still open. And while we knew already at that time in which direction we want to go, we were still open to receive more proposals on the issues to be discussed. And let me put it that way, we are still open. This is also one purpose of this call, to identify what is missing. So on our wiki, you can find the breakdown as we have the proposals received. You will also be able to find the list. If you go to details and then list of proposals. We recommend you, when you are working with our proposals that you use that list, because you can sort according to all the parameters that are here in the header of the table. So for instance, if you would like to see all proposals that have a component of the category access and literacy, then you can do it this way. Then you will see all the proposals which are marked in green. New this year was that we allowed to tick different categories. The reason why we did so was that already last year we identified that these categories don't really work anymore. Internet governance has become such a cross-cutting issue. It always touches many of the colored boxes, let me put it that way, that we have here on top. So that's why we allowed up to 3 categories to be chosen. And this is reflected here in this table. And as I said, you can sort after category. You can also sort after stakeholder group or after name, even after affiliation. And if you want to go to the original table, then you just refresh, and this is the original sorting by numbers of ID. Going back to our website, you will find here on top a document that I will refer many times today, which is the table of proposal. It's an Excel file, basically. And when we are looking into the various topics of today, I will work many times on this matrix and I will share my screen. But if you are not able to see it on your screen because that's too small, then please go to that table here on top of the list. It is exactly the same that I will be sharing and I will be working with. And then we have provided a PDF as well, and I just went to the breakdown. I would like to hand over, first of all, to our subject matter experts. Subject matter experts are those who looked at the proposals in more detail and who helped us to identifying the overarching focus areas for this year. You might remember that already 2 years ago, we started with so-called focus sessions, where we had 3 or 4 main blocks that were divided into subtopics, but kind of led to or were dealing with one overarching theme. This concept worked quite well, so that we continued in 2022 with focus areas. And the result was that we came up with 4 main messages for 4 focus areas, instead of the 60 little messages that we had in the past for every session. This concept found broad support, and so we will continue to work on focus areas. And the focus areas this year are risk, or according to our title, Internet in Troubled Times, risk, resilience, hope. These are very generic topics, and of course we have to go a little bit into detail to shape them, to sharpen them a little bit, in order to understand what we would like to discuss under risk, resilience, and hope. And I would like to put on the spot one of the subject matter experts that is by chance also our host or member of the host team, EuroDIG. I'm sorry I didn't warn you, but since you have dived so deeply into the topic, I think it's not too much to ask you to give an introduction on the overall list of proposals that we received and how we came to our focus areas of risk, resilience, and hope.
Thank you, Sandra. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, I'm grateful that we have so many people participating at this meeting. That's really great. And second, I really want to welcome you all physically to Tampere, which is a very nice city. And of course, our host will be University of Tampere, which I'm happy to call my alma mater when I was slightly younger. Okay, so the as Sandra said, the overarching theme for this year is Internet in troubled times, risks, resilience, and hope. I think everybody agrees that these are pretty troubled times, and it's not only the war, of course. That's one of the areas that we try to apply this template, the consequences, the impact of the war in Ukraine, impacts in Ukraine, in Russia, in Europe as a whole, and in the world from the internet point of view. But also we have the fragmentation developments around the world, and we have the platforms that are, on one hand, we are, of course, we are worried about the increasing power of the platforms, but on the other hand, we really have the implosion of some of them as witnessed by Twitter, and so we have these three areas of concern where we try to apply this template: risk, resilience, and hope. We have 65 proposals, and we have been trying to play out around them and sort of put them into these different categories. But of course, it's very much up to this meeting to say how we should actually treat them in which context and so on and so forth. I stop here and thank you, Sandra.
Thank you very much, Yrjö. And I would like to invite the other subject matter experts if they would like to add something to what Yrjö just said. If you would like to add, then please raise your hand now. Otherwise, I continue. Okay, no SME is raising the hand. Then I stop sharing the website and I will go to the other screen share, which is this table, the one that I referred to already. So to walk you a little bit through that really important Excel file, because this is our working document at the moment, I would just like quickly explain what it is. First of all, we have all the proposals, as you have also seen them on the wiki, as you have also seen them on the PDF. Then we will go through a matrix, how subject matter experts clustered the proposals at hand. We will introduce a proposed program structure with slight changes compared to the years before. And we would like to explore a little bit how we can build the messages around those areas. But first of all, let's have a look on the matrix. As I said already, risk, resilience, and hope are very generic topics. And of course, they have to be filled with a little bit of life. So out of the proposals that we received, we would suggest 3 so-called sub-tracks. One sub-track could be impact on the war on the internet. And under this sub-track, we could discuss the geopolitical neutrality of the internet. There was a very interesting session held at the Global IGF in Addis Abeba, and we do believe that this session could be followed up. But there were also some proposals submitted in this regard. first of all, what are the risks, but also where is the internet, where it has proven resilience, and what could be related hopes. One concrete hope was, for instance, how we are dealing now with EU candidate states and their integration into the digital European legal space. There might be other topics, but this was one that we would like to highlight. Then, as Ylio said already, there is, of course, a risk of fragmentation. And also here, this topic, we could discuss, there are pros and cons regarding fragmentation, the current state of play, the impacts, the layers of fragmentation. I mean, fragmentation is under discussion for quite some years already, but it has, of course, now a different component than before. On fragmentation, we do not yet have identified anything that could be discussed under hope, but at least under risk and resilience. And then the same goes for platforms, social media, and digital literacy. Quite a lot of proposals were submitted in the sphere of resilience aspects, but also some about risk aspects. Those are also mentioned here with this hashtag before the number. And I'm pretty sure that we will also be able to discuss the aspect of group. When you look at this matrix, you might wonder, and we asked this ourselves as well, how could we discuss a topic or a risk without at the same time speaking about the resilience or the hope that we would like to express? We are aware that that might be a challenge of this year to really stay focused. And we do consider that when discussing a certain topic and a certain subject, that the session organizers will focus on one of the areas. But of course, we understand that you cannot cut a discussion and saying, no, I'm stopping here and I'm not expressing anything how we could go forward. So we do think that a discussion can start under one of the focused areas, risk, resilience, or hope, but then of course also lead to the others and not leaving them aside. In order to get the best result of this approach, subject matter experts will be there to guide you, to help you, and also to monitor how the sessions are going together, how the program will be one, how to say, one whole approach, one holistic approach without redundancy between the sessions. So this is really something where subject matter experts will put a lot of effort in it. And then we have some additional topics identified. One is, of course, one is also a follow-up from the IGF. Being in Africa, there was a lot of discussion on development aid and cooperation with this continent. And the idea came up that we organize a roundtable between the European Union and the African Union. UNESCO expressed interest to participate in this session as well. And I do believe that or the idea is basically that we have parliamentarians from the European Parliament or from Europe in general, also from national parliaments, being in Tampere or online, and that we can then invite virtually members from African parliaments virtually, and that we then have a moderated discussion about meaningful cooperation and best practices. A second standalone topic is that we would like to give an update and also discuss global internet governance processes. Definitely the Global Digital Compact is one of the topics, but also its relation to the WSIS process. and other processes that might come up at that time. You might be aware that at the moment, European stakeholder consultations are still going on in order to make a submission to the Global Digital Compact until end of March. Our process for our invitation to deliver input is open until end of February, and if time permits, later on, I would also like to give the floor to Marc Cavell, who is the chair of this process, to give us an update. Another topic is environment and sustainability in digital development. Here we are also looking into several topics like artificial intelligence, health services, delay-tolerant networks. That's a very broad topic, possibly for single workshops to be discussed on. And a last topic is access and accessibility, how to connect the unconnected. That's an ongoing topic, and IDNs, characters, etc. And then we have also identified a number of potential flash sessions. They are listed here. We would, or we are considering at the moment to introduce, or not to introduce, the format of flash session is not new, but we did not use it over the past years of the pandemic because that was rather difficult. But this year we want to continue, possibly also with flash sessions. I see there is some discussion going on in the chat. Is there something, or is there something that would like to say? Something?
Sandra, Tatiana here. I think there is just a chatter about the governments and public policy issues behind the proposals. I think that this is something that is interesting to discuss in the chatter, but probably nothing to bring up right now.
Okay, good. So if anyone would like to speak up, then please raise your hand. And if I don't see it myself here on my screens, then Rainer will give me a hint that someone would like to speak. Okay, so I went through all these topics already that are on the table now, and the big question would be to you to identify if you think something really important is still missing that should be considered in our program. You don't have to tell us right now. This can also be discussed during the call, but I would like to invite already for comments. If someone thinks something is missing, or if you have problems understanding the way we have built that matrix. I give you a little bit of time so that you can raise your hand. Please use the raise hand function in the Zoom.
Well, actually, in my Zoom instance, astonishingly, I don't find the raise hand function. Don't know whether it's been hidden somewhere in my installation. But actually, just one question, but just for the heck of it. So am I correct that you did not consult with authorities, let's say EU, Council of Europe, or whatsoever, whether there is input from this side that should somehow be tackled in a view of gathering general mood amongst the society?
The Council of Europe, for instance, one proposal or two proposals came in from the Council of Europe, so they are a constant contributor to our call for issues. And with the Commission, we did also at the beginning of the year reach out to the various partners, trying to find out what are their focus areas for this year. And from the European Commissions, for instance, I was or I got notification that an update on these global processes and how they relate to each other is something that they would like to see on the program. Saying that, and I know that many of our partners are here today, this would be the day to also for them to let us know what additional topics might be needed on the agenda. You see, there are still some blank spots, in particular with regards to the focus area of hope. So I would like to invite everyone to flag today what we might still be missing.
Thank you.
Okay, now I see some hands raised. First Luisa Brando, then Mark Cavell, and then Wout de Natres. Luisa, you go first.
Thank you, Sandra. It's very good to see some familiar faces from the EuroDIG 2019 that I attended. I just would like to point out first how symptomatic it is that you didn't find something for hope in internet fragmentation. But I also would like to say that the proposal that I submitted personally, the 18th proposal, also includes some proposal for dialogue between different fields. So maybe dialogue and cooperation between technical, political, and regulatory experts could be a hope, at least to lower the risks of internet fragmentation. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Luisa. Mark, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Sandra, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, I made a couple of comments in the chat. I'll just expand on that perhaps a little. First of all, on risks and platforms and online safety, I noted in the list of proposals two quite substantive proposals relating to online safety and child protection. In particular, I'm referring to proposals number 28 and 39 from ISOC, which raises also the issue, a very, very difficult issue about encryption. And I didn't think the focus area on risk really reflects that. I don't see online safety jumping out, and that, as you well know, this is a high-profile public policy issue, not only in the UK, which has got draft legislation going through Parliament on online safety at this time, but also at the European level, in the EU, and other governments are following closely what's happening in terms of approaches to online safety and bringing the social media platforms to account. And you know, it's a highly topical issue. I just wonder if it's not being given enough profile here. It's an ongoing issue. It's been examined many times, I know, but it's top of the agenda for many governments. So that was the main point, really, I wanted to raise, actually, in respect of those two proposals. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. Let's continue with Wout.
Yes, thank you, Sandra, and good morning to everyone from the Netherlands. I think that and reading through it very fast, of course, but what I think is what we're looking at mostly is, at best, the recent past. And where is the future? So where are the developments that are going to change our life once they're really there, like quantum computing or artificial intelligence, which gets better and better? And does that fit into the hope Or does that fit into fear? Because a lot of the topics are also more or less could be caught under the word fear instead of risk and resilience. So in other words, is there a positive angle to the future? Can we find a positive angle in these developments so that we also get other voices perhaps to EuroDIG? And so that is one. The other that I noticed, there's a lot of debate going on in the chat on the governments and proposals not made by governments. I do have a question there, which I think we should take out of the chat. Is that because governments have never submitted individual proposals, as Mark called them at the start of this debate, or is it something that they stopped doing for some reason? And if that is the case, then, well, EuroDIG may be a little bit in trouble because governments do not bring proposals anymore, and should we reverse that in some way? So that's a question towards numbers of the past, because I don't have that overview, of course.
To answer this question, governments did submit in the past, but not numerously. So usually it was the government that were a host entity that submitted some proposals, and rarely some other governments. And this time, I don't think any government did submit anything, but we got some input during the site inspection when we've been in Finland. So possibly a bit vague answer. But this is what it is at the moment. So governments were never a real big submitter to our proposals, but then rather participating in the discussion. I think that's a matter of processes that they do not invest too much in planning processes, but then rather participate when the actual session is on and when the debate is happening.
Okay.
We have another hand raised, Soledad Magnone. I hope I pronounced that right.
Hello, yes, Soledad Magnone. Thank you. I'm from Uruguay. I'm studying in Finland, in Tampere. Good morning, everyone. I'm new to this space, and I just wanted to maybe you've already mentioned it and I missed it, but is there a possibility of do some kind of curation to have it more evenly distributed, the sessions that we have, sending a brief or some suggestions to different facilitators or speakers to see if their sessions could have an approach more aligned into particularly hope, to bring more hope and ideas or discussions to help us envision a better digital future. If you have that possibility, if you have worked on that in the past, so we can move them to have the 3 tracks more even.
If I understand the question right, it's also already related to certain sessions. I must say we are not yet there to discuss sessions. At the moment, we are really discussing the clustering and the overall structure of the program. We will get into the sessions later in the process. And I think it's too premature to talk already about speakers, because this is something that comes with the process.
My question was more about, does this structure can change if you approach facilitators to see if they could adjust their description or the dynamic of whatever they're gonna do, a workshop or a presentation, to be into the other tracks, or are these categories already fixed? Do you think there would be a possibility to iterate this with sessions to change it and have it more evenly distributed?
We are here today to discuss this, so nothing is carved in stone at the moment, and this structure, as we have it right now, might indeed change. Does this answer your question?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, good. Then we have a hand up from Georgi Jokatsa.
Yes, thank you, Sandra, and thank you, EuroDIG for another exciting year that we're looking forward to. Admittedly, we have not been as active, so I'm speaking on behalf of the cybercrime division this time. So we have not been very active this year, so we did not submit a proposal, but then our colleagues from the hate speech division came to rescue, and the Council of Europe is represented in terms of proposals. My question is actually, and maybe sort of a sub-proposal, if I may say so. I know that it's not really reasonable to introduce any new topics at this time, but maybe something that we can sort of maybe tackle under the banner of hope, is that initially, actually, under the project that I'm managing, the CyberEast project, which is the project for the Eastern Partnership, which also includes Ukraine these days, we're thinking about one particular topic that is not being that much addressed, but we think is still goes very well with the novel EuroDIG theme, which is a civil society oversight of law enforcement operations in cyberspace. We have addressed it in bits of in pieces through different EuroDIGs, but also within the projects. And we wanted to bring some of the civil society organizations and law enforcement from the region together at some point, at some venue, to discuss this. So we thought that, I thought personally, because I'm speaking only on behalf of the project and not on behalf of the Council of Europe, that it may be also a good venue to host that discussion at EuroDIG. Although I would believe that will be more fit for the prep day sort of side events that are happening on day one, in which usually we have the steering committee, but not this time. So this time will be more sort of substantive discussion that we want to have with Eastern Partnership, civil society organizations, with experts, with law enforcement, and maybe some other participants who may be also interested there. So I don't want to abuse our long-term cooperation and partnership here, but just if there is sort of the possibility to include that on day zero, that could be something that goes probably closely under the focus area of hope, if necessary, because that is really something that I think that we made some work in the past in the Eastern Partnership, and especially last year, and we're looking to the future to have more civil society engagement in terms of oversight, monitoring, and accountability of criminal justice for the actions on the internet. So that's like, as I said, semi-proposal, but again, just as an idea floating around.
Georgi, let me ask you, I didn't really get it at the beginning. Has there been made a proposal in this regard, or no?
No, not from us, and definitely not in this particular track. So this is why I'm saying, like, I don't want to again abuse our long-term cooperation there. So if it's not okay, it's not okay, and it's fine. We'll find the other venue to discuss it. Yeah. So basically, but just maybe to bring it as the last minute thing that may be relevant also. But I understand that's not a part of the current proposals as they are. So there's that.
Yeah, but as we said, that's not a problem. We are here today to identify missing parts, and I'm asking you, could you see this proposal related to impact of law, fragmentation, or platforms? Is this something where it could be assigned to when you say it's under hope? Because you see, we are a little bit missing the hopeful aspect in our matrix. So that would be really, you don't have to answer this now. Maybe we can later on find out in bilateral discussion if that may fit under one of those sub-tracks that we have here. So.
Okay, I think generally it could fit under the track on platforms and maybe social media as well, because we've been dealing with them nationally quite a lot last year. But let's discuss it further if necessary. And again, our apologies for not really going forward with the proposal this year on time.
Okay, wonderful. Tanya, please go ahead. You have raised your hand.
Thank you very much. I actually want to follow on what Georgi said, and I don't want to abuse my position of subject matter expert here, but I see it as a very super great novel angle. We have been discussing the criminal justice in cyberspace for many years, but it always revolved around conventions and negotiations and investigations. And this is something that is really falls under hope. This is something that is really novel and interesting, and I really, really want to have it. I do think that among these three areas, it probably goes more to the platform, social media, and digital literacy. I would say more of empowerment, because just putting it on the platforms, we might be trying to fit square pegs into the round holes. But I do feel that it deserves to be not on the day zero, but one of the sort of not ancillary, but maybe not so fully fitting topic under the focus area 3, or sorry, under the subtrack 3, but certainly among the subtracks it fits to the 3 more. I would, as I said, I don't want to abuse my position as the subject matter expert, but I really, really want to support this proposal because it really gives an angle to the issue that we have been discussing for a long time, and it does have hope in it. Thank you.
Okay. Tanya, Georgi, Tanya, and since you are subject matter expert, I would really give this in your capable hands to frame this proposal a little bit further and see how it would fit best as we move forward to build the program.
Yeah, let's do it trilaterally, like Georgi and I and you and Rainer can just see how it fits. But certainly, I mean, as long as it's there, we can try to frame it.
Mm-hmm.
And already, Georgi, would you be the focal point for that one?
Yeah, I think that's a premature discussion. Let's see.
Let's I mean that's subject to discussion. So because I probably will not be able to physically be there,
it's just,
but I would assign someone from my team.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
So
no, why I'm asking is just because doing all these fitting and bilaterals for a topic that finally will have nobody who will oversee it because it's a very specific topic would be the only thing that would have stopped me from supporting it fully. Thank you.
Okay, we can discuss that for sure, bilaterally as you'd like. So I'm open to it.
Okay, I would like to invite everyone in this call to follow this example of bringing in a topic that obviously seemed to be missing. This was really just the way why we are meeting today, or the reason why we are meeting today, and the way we would like to, this meeting to take place. So if you have any other topics that you believe are not yet covered, then follow Georgi's example and raise your hand. What I could do meanwhile, you can come, you can step in later on. I would like to introduce to you our proposed program structure. The EuroDIG program structure since quite some years is rather stable. We have a day 0 of pre-events, and then we have 2 days of full program with workshops and plenary sessions. This year, we will change it a little bit because in the past it happened, or in particular in recent years, it happened that the day 0 becomes more and more relevant, and that the sessions on day 0 are sometimes very much related to the program already, and also very well attended because many people arrive on day 0 already. And sometimes there is even more interactivity than in the main program. On the other hand, we realized that people want to go home after lunch. And many times we were in an almost empty room when finishing the program. That's always for the last session organizers, and then for the wrap-up session, not very appealing. Let's put it that way. So to give you an idea on our venue, we will be at a university with a big plenary room and with workshop rooms at a size from like 50 to 100 people. So really convenient. And the plenary room is like 600 people. Around these rooms, there are a lot of really very nice opportunities to sit down and have a chat, or to go outside at a nice terrace. And also the cafeteria is very close. So we will see a EuroDIG of short ways where our community can really stay very compact. That's really good. When we've been in Finland for the site inspection, we also attended the Finnish IGF, and they agreed that they will hold their national IGF on the day 0. And you can see this here reflected in our program already. So from the morning around 10 o'clock until the afternoon, we will see the Finnish IGF. I understand they have not yet discussed the topics that they would like to discuss. And also, I think it's still a question whether this Finnish IGF will be held fully or partly in English. I guess there will be at least some sessions in English, but maybe not fully. If someone from the Finnish IGF, I see Konsta Vuori. Konsta, I think you would just like to say something on this issue. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you for the presentation. I'm a representative from Finnish government, Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and I'm coordinating the Finnish Internet Forum on behalf of the government, and also following and the organizing of the EuroDIG and in touch with the Finnish IGF personnel. So the current status of the national IGF is that we are thinking about the topics, and we are getting some inspiration from, obviously, from these EuroDIG topics, and we'd like to try to tie the topics to some of the most promising ones presented in here. So we'll keep you updated on the process of planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Konsta. I do believe that quite a lot of people will have an interest to chime into the Finnish Internet Forum and hear what you are discussing on a national level. So I would really encourage you to make at least some of the sessions in English so that people will be able to follow. I think there
yes,
are not
absolutely.
Many.
Now the plan is to have it in English,
Okay.
but it's not set in stone yet. Thank
you. Super. So, but in parallel to the Finnish Internet Forum, we will have space for up to six side events. This is a little bit less than in the past, but we must say that with more than 3 tracks, we would be overwhelmed in organizing this with our human resources that are available and also the technical resources. So UNESCO already flagged that they would like to continue with a pre-event, and also the global IGF would again open the youth IGF track on that day. So 2 pre-events are already confirmed. Let's put it that way. Let's see who else or what topics from the program might go into a pre-event. This is yet to be decided, but you see there is not too many space for too many pre-events. So we have to focus here on this one as well. The change this year is that we would like to start with the main program already on day 0. And as you might be aware, we have the EuroDIG taking place just before EuroDIG. This is when young participants from across the continent are meeting the 2 or 3 days before EuroDIG, and even online way before EuroDIG, but then in person in Tampere. And they will also present messages. They will work on their topics, and we will invite them then to give the presentation of the youth messages right at the beginning of the conference. In the past, we had it somewhere in the program, many times on the last day, but we thought it's actually a missed opportunity not listening to the youth messages at the beginning of our debate, so that when we are having our sessions in the main program, we can always consider what the youth or what the young participants had in mind when drafting their messages. So this is a major change, that we start on day 0 already with the opening and also with a keynote, and that we represent the youth messages. And then in the afternoon or towards the evening of the day 0, which possibly is then not a day 0 anymore, but because we are starting, so it's a day 1 possibly. we can have one session which could either be that round table that I spoke about earlier between the European and the African Union, or we could also discuss the global internet governance processes like Global Digital Compact, WSIS, etc. This is yet to be decided, but we believe this is a topic to start with on the first day. And then the other 2 days, that's pretty much the same structure as last year. You see, we have focus area risk, resilience, and hope. And we will have subtopics or sub-tracks, and we will also have space for workshops possibly for standalone topics. We have to see if we can really offer a third track in parallel. As I said already, it's a little bit a matter of our human resources and also on the technical resources. The rooms are there, so that wouldn't be a problem. But with this hybrid meeting, we realized last year how much effort it really takes to do it right. And so with 3 tracks in parallel, that might be too much. We might also decide that we have only for 1 session or for 2 sessions, 3 tracks in parallel. We try to see what we can do with the resources that we have, but this is yet unclear if we can really go with 3 parallel tracks for all the 3 days. And then we dedicated more time. That's a change to last year, where we agreed on the messages at the end of the day. This time we would like to agree on the messages at the end of the conference. So we dedicated around an hour and we would like to invite then GIP reporters, Geneva Internet Platform reporters, to present the messages along the lines of the 3 focus areas. And they will be presented to the audience, and everyone is then invited to express support or disagreement. And our aim is in rough consensus as usual. And then we will finish the day earlier than in the past, so that people can still catch a train to Helsinki or catch a plane to somewhere else. So we will finish earlier, and we hope that we will not miss too many people after the lunch break. Are there any comments or questions on this program structure? If something has been said in the chat, because I couldn't follow it, then please repeat it. Chris, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Sandra. Good morning, everyone. I really just to say I like this structure. So what we're looking at is 12 workshops, 4 keynotes, and a big session on the first day, plus an opening keynote. So I think there's a fair bit to work with there. I mean, I think a lot of the discussion in the chat, or at least some of the discussion in the chat, has been about the national IGFs, and a lot of the national IGFs, even some of the very successful and active ones in the region, are not directly engaged with EuroDIG, and that sort of results, or part of that is also means that national governmental people who attend those national IGFs are not coming to EuroDIG. So I wonder if that's something we can consider in this agenda somewhere, a way to make more appealing for those national IGFs a sort of input to EuroDIG, something we can sort of use as a sales pitch, basically, to the organizers of those national IGFs and say, look, there's going to be space for you to talk about what you're doing and the issues that you've got in your national IGF in EuroDIG, and sort of bring this to a sort of regional level. Now, that could be potentially in that first day, if we have a sort of digital cooperation, global digital compact discussion, although there's a lot already in that discussion. So I think there's a lot to think about and what we can sort of put in there and how, yeah, you don't want to overcrowd it, basically.
Format lost a little bit of its appeal. It was a successful format in a couple of years ago, but we could also see on a global level that, for instance, some of the really active European NRIs are not really contributing too much on the global level, and we can see the same on the EuroDIG level. For instance, giving the Global Digital Compact, we know that national consultations are going on in some of the countries, but so far we have not yet received any input on the European process. I don't know what the reasons for this is.
I could take a guess at that, and that's that things get left till the last minute. And so when you say, let's, you know, you're all working on your inputs. So when you've got your input, bring it to us and we'll also try and work with it in us. And I think, you know, everyone is like, well, the deadline's 31st of March, so we'll get our thing done by the 30th or the 23rd of March or something. And then, so yeah, then there's no time for that. So I mean, I think, yeah, I guess what I'm really just saying is I think that we have identified here a bit of a concern or an issue that, yeah, we see engagement at the national level. We see governments getting engaged at the national level. We're not seeing that translate to EuroDIG. Let's look at a sort of active engagement strategy of reaching out to those national IGFs, but in putting together the agenda, let's think about what the hook can be for saying, here's something that you should really come and be part of this for, and then hopefully they'll be retained then by the rest of the agenda.
Yeah. And I would like to invite all those who are involved in a national IGF to let us know what could be the inviting element for our agenda in Tampere to engage more with the national IGFs. Liliana, you are next.
Yes, thank you, everyone. So it's good to be back, right? After quite some time. I remember that last year we had a Zoom session with Andrea and about the topic of sustainability and ongoing, let's say, activities of the national IGFs. And I think that there were like lots of questions asked and presented, like examples of sustainability or the activities the IGFs, national IGFs are undertaking. So I was wondering whether that was prepared in some kind of report or some conclusions were made from that online meeting, specifically from the Southeast Europe national IGFs, because we could learn something from that, let's say, that meeting at that time. Also, I know that several issues are on the table when we speak about activities of national IGFs. It's the sustainability, let's say, funding as well, to provide funding for these initiatives, but also to provide some kind of continuation of the people that are involved there or part of the national IGFs. So I would support what Chris was mentioning in the chat, and that was digital cooperation, because it's a wider, let's say, topic or issue that we want to discuss. So one thing is to bring forward the national IGFs as a way back to EuroDIG and implementing EuroDIG, let's say, messages and initiatives. But then again, there are maybe in-country different initiatives that could be under the umbrella of what EuroDIG is doing itself. So, and also the society is changing. It's not the same partners that are now, for example, now in North Macedonia national IGF. So digitalization of the government is something that is an ongoing initiative, but then again, it could be under this umbrella. So maybe widening the topic itself. So how do we, streamline the national IGF activities, but also different in-country initiatives that are fulfilling the agenda of EuroDIG or fulfilling the agenda of how do we provide digital cooperation under the auspice of EuroDIG. So this maybe could be for your consideration to have this as a session outline. And as I mentioned, I would be, honored if you could consider me for, any help needed in the workshop sessions or the agenda forthcoming developing. So let me know if you need me in some kind of support. Thanks.
I must apologize, my internet dropped. Liliana, I have not much heard.
Oh no, do I have to repeat that all over again?
I think we've lost Sandra.
But everybody else heard me, right?
Yeah, that was a brilliant idea. So.
Oh, okay, super.
It was brilliant. And also the event is being recorded. So Sandra will be able to provide input at a later point when she has the internet again and she can reflect back on this. But also we really appreciate that you want to get more involved. And of course, we'll remember that. And also when the org teams are being invited, you are very welcome to come and join the process. So thank you very much. That being said, I'm not actually very sure what is going to be next on the agenda, and I kind of have to refer to Sandra on this. But at the moment, are there any further questions or comments that anybody wanted to make?
Jacques
I
has
see
his
that
hand up.
Jacques has a hand up.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I'm still to some extent at a loss how we include youth. Is it used just as some separate, totally separate organization, and there's just some report on what is going on there, or should there be some kind of a parallel process, at least to some extent? I remember well last year in Trieste, it was very excellent to have youth IGF or young people just following up almost constantly. And it just showed that there are different aspects to the same questions. And question is, so how should this be tackled?
Thank you very much for your question. So at the moment, EuroDIG is now has just opened their call for application. So if you have friends, colleagues, or your own kids who wanted to come and experience EuroDIG, they're very welcome to apply. So EuroDIG is always organized by the youth from previous years, and they will be coming in and out of the meeting today to learn a little bit about your thoughts and ideas about particular issues, and they will also be bringing in some of their ideas. I see one of the EuroDIG org team members from last year, Vlad Ivanets, he's in this meeting today too, always thinking along, and we get always feedback from previous EuroDIG participants about what should be the topics that are happening, but also they look at the session proposals and to try and find the topics that when newcomers who are coming into the EuroDIG community can immediately bring their thoughts and ideas to the table within org teams, or also in the different sessions. One thing that we're hoping for today is to have kind of a little bit more interaction with senior stakeholders, so veterans who are coming to EuroDIG, and we're hoping that if you are interested to come and sit with them at the table, we would like to organize kind of either an evening or a lunch where we can interact with you and ask you a lot of different questions about how things are within your field and within your thoughts, because it really helps you to kind of think along with you about what are things going on and what are your thought processes about it. And so that's what we're hoping to do to foster that. If you do have any ideas about particular topics, or if you had people you're saying, oh, I think it would be really great to connect them to youth, we are always really welcoming and happy to have more involvement from the wider community into the EuroDIG processes. But the EuroDIG org team is very, very keen, and they're really great, starting with trying to understand what's going on in the community and bringing that so that when we bring EuroDIG participants to then EuroDIG, but also later EuroDIG, they're well prepared to immediately start the conversation.
Yes, now that Sandra is back, I will just ask her also. So what precisely is now in this proposal for this year's EuroDIG, will the youth be in parallel, integrated as a separate organization? So what do you have in mind as a proposal that we should discuss?
Thank you, Jean-Jacques. And first of all, apologies. The entire office is off the internet, and luckily I have my emergency device here, so I hope this is stable now. So also thank you for continuing the discussion. And since the question is dedicated to youth, I would like to really hand over to Nadia, who is our youth coordinator, to answer that question. Nadia, please go ahead.
I briefly made a short comment about the EuroDIG pre-event, but the idea in general is that they're integrated. It's not a separate track from EuroDIG. They're being prepared at EuroDIG to participate in these wider conversations, and over the past years they have been. We don't want to separate them because we want them to become part of the wider community. They have that initial space to really have the freedom to talk among each other and try and test ideas. But then when they come into the wider community, they at some point have to make that transformation into becoming part of the wider stakeholder community. So this is where we then provide them with the support that EuroDIG is a place where we can actually listen to youth as they are part as any other stakeholder group. Although I did want to mention that we do have the IGF youth track from the global IGF, where there is a separate youth track and where everybody's being collected in anticipation of the global IGF.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I see two more hands raised, Emilia, Salewska, and Wout. Emilia, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. And I'm also sorry for not turning off my camera, but turning on my camera, but I'm not in the environment I can do that. My name is Emilia Zalewska, and I am the coordinator of the Youth IGF Poland. I also work for National Research Institute NASK, which is the patron of this initiative. And I would like to ask a question about the EuroDIG, because I absolutely like how Nadia presented that youth are going to be integrated in the main sessions, not being a separate, having a separate track in the silos of only young people with young people. But my question is if there will be any possibilities for young people to be involved, not only as participants of the session, like the audience of those sessions, but also as active participants, like speakers, panelists. So they also have an opportunity to share their point of view and have more recognition than just being the passive listeners. So that's my question.
If you don't mind, I'll
Yes,
take
please
the
go
question.
ahead.
As part of EuroDIG, we prepare the youth messages, and the youth messages have their separate keynote session. Right, this year is going to be held as part of the opening session. So that's an opportunity where some of the participants will be presenting the messages. And this year we're also looking at a discussant who will be then talking, a high-level discussant who will be talking with them about how they envision these ideas. So that is something that we're working in progress. But also part of the youth messages is that we organize an advocacy and lobbying session. So we teach them how to do a little bit of public speaking, how to engage, how to prepare questions, so that when they go to EuroDIG, they can stand up just like any stakeholder in this room. They can just walk up and then present their thoughts and ideas, make comments, etc. Also, what we try to do is encourage them to join org teams or become part of sessions, especially when they have a particular specialization. So we also, as part of the EuroDIG org team, we do check, what are the topics that are happening at EuroDIG, and do we have youth participants who are knowledgeable about that topic. And then we ask them to join that org team, or we reach out to that org team to ask them, oh, we have someone who's involved on this topic. Would you kind of encourage them to become involved with that session? So we do try to kind of foster that interaction and give them mostly their encouragement, but then ultimately for them to also kind of choose themselves how much they want to be involved with. But we're trying, but then in subsequent years, we do have a lot of EuroDIG participants who then come back and they then become more active because of the initial tryout, and then the kind of sense of the sense of belonging, being part of the community and being free to speak their thoughts.
Okay, thank you a lot. That absolutely answers my question, and it sounds like a wonderful approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both for this contribution. I must let me just say, EuroDIG or youth participation at EuroDIG is really something that is a good element that works very well. Also, thanks to Nadia and all those who have participated or contributed to youth participation in the past. We are really proud that on the results that are coming out of this process. And indeed, the next important step would be to have youth participants more integrated into each session. And this is then up to the session organizer to really actively reach out to the youth participants as well. Wout, you are next, and then Jack.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. As a question, are you discussing EuroDIG? Because I had to step outside for 10 minutes to deal with something outside. So if it's EuroDIG only, then I'll step back and come back later.
No, I think you can continue. We just cross-cutting the issues, and I think when I lost my connection, we were at national and regional IGFs, and this is where naturally also the youth IGF are chiming in. So I think you can just go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My comment is on the tracks. We had an evaluation of the IGF with the Dutch National IGF about 1.5 weeks ago, and we discussed the the themes that were at the IGF, and that we had last year at EuroDIG as well. Is that the comments were that people did not have the idea that they were really following a track. So they went from workshop to workshop that was put into the track, but they were all totally individual. There was no continuity between them, sometimes even the same speakers telling the same story in another panel. So the wish at the Dutch IGF was to have more coordination on the preparation of the tracks, so that they actually work together and have some sort of a continuous program, and not the same speaker telling the same story all over again half an hour later in the program. And perhaps that way is also possible to come not just with a message, but perhaps with potential solutions. So if you ask specific questions to the organizers of a track, they can work towards the messages. So they don't become coincidental, but they are sort of prepared, and that people come up with proposals or come up with ideas how to continue. And whether these are two totally different outcomes of a track, they're still two policy recommendations, or whatever you would like to call them, that are presented to the world. So they don't have to agree. So it's not necessarily, it's not a negotiation. It's more about what is the message. And we can have two different messages at the end of this process. But through that coordination, you prevent repetition and you encourage people to work together more closely. And then you have a continuous track looking at different topics through the day. So I think that is the message that came out of the NL IGF evaluation of the processes of last year.
Thank you very much, Wout. on the issue of same people saying the same stuff and there's no coherent connection between the different sessions. This is really indeed something that we are also trying to improve, that within a track or within a subtopic or however you would like to call it, that there is a little bit more coordination. Because what happens most of the time is that org teams are formed and everyone is preparing to the best ability and with the best intention a session. But of course, this all makes only sense if you're also looking on what the others in this track are actually doing. And I mean, working with volunteers, we all know our resources are limited. And we hope that with an enlarged team of subject matter experts this year, we can better facilitate the cross-fertilization between the various org teams so that indeed the discussions, the speakers, and the topics are not redundant and that it all together makes a lot of sense. Saying that, this is really ambitious because that also requires that session organizers are delivering in time. Many times it's reality that the session organizers are delivering too late or just before the session because everyone looks at its own little session in this regard. And for us, sometimes this is not really possible to find out, okay, what's going on in this org team? Is there something going on in this org team? And when we only get the result of a well-done session, we have no chance to have this interaction with the other session organizers. That's indeed, I would not call it a weakness of the process, but I would say that's a challenge of this bottom-up multi-stakeholder process, that we kind of have to find ways that not only everyone is preparing what he or she has agreed to prepare, but in addition also collaborating with the other ones that are kind of in the same track, sub-track, focus area whatsoever. So this is a call to everyone in this round here to help us getting better on this so that we really getting a very strong program, because the alternative would be that we have a program committee of, I don't know, 10 people, maybe 20 people, and those are organizing everything, and that's it, because then we can guarantee full quality and full alignment with the topics. But I don't think that's the nature of EuroDIG.
Well, the jumping on what you're saying, you have the org teams, but what if you make one org team for one track, and that everybody who has made a proposal goes into that org team, and then they divide between each other. We decide on these 4 topics because you have four slots in the track, I think, if I counted up fast. And that way, people are moving from the general org team to sub-org teams, but there's always a connection of the whole org team. Mm-hmm. And that way you can come up with specific questions that these are the questions that we want an answer to. And this is the sort of recommendations we would like to have at the end of the day. And how can we ensure that through your session, we have answers? Because then you change from people just telling their usual message, what I had somewhat the unofficially called their hobby horse, because that is often why they are present. They're also forced to think ahead and work with other people towards an answer. So you get out of your comfort zone. And for some that will be not so pleasant, but my personal experience is when you present people with clear questions, usually come up with clear answers. And then they leave their comfort zone and start thinking together with other people, okay, what could be the solution to this problem? And not just a speech that you listen to, or perhaps you're on your phone doing something else in the meantime and not really listening. And here you're forced to listen because you have to create the program together. So this is just thinking out loud, but perhaps it's something to be tried and see if it could work.
Wout, thank you very much. I took note of this proposal. This is possibly really a different way of approaching and building the org teams. We will discuss this and think about this a bit further, but sounds really like a doable way. Not starting from smaller teams and getting to one bigger, but really inviting first all of them and then dividing into the subtracks. So let's look into this. Thank you very much. We have now Jack and then Jörn.
Well, let me first ask Jörn whether you want to add to what Wout just said, or because I have a total different topic.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to add, I see what Wout said. I see the challenge. I don't think it will be easy to adapt the process, given what Sandra said, the tight deadlines and tendencies that people well, prepare sessions quite late. But I think there might be some positive things coming out of it when we look into it. And on the other hand, if we offer tracks, of course, then we have to do tracks. If we don't offer tracks, we don't have to then we don't have to offer tracks. So I think I see the point, but I see the challenge. And I agree with Sandra that we have to discuss it in detail and see if we can find a way how we can fit this into the structure of EuroDIG, where we don't have a big professional org team that is organizing everything, and we don't want to have it, but we have a lot of volunteers that are limited in time.
Thank you, Jörn. Jack, I think it's
Yes.
your turn.
Yes, actually, yes. Yes, a totally different topic. And just following up on some impressions in Tresse, which was that there were way too much panel and not enough discussion. There were even sessions where there are just panel discussions, and people were saying, why did I come to Trieste? Took the pains to get there physically, just listening to a panel. Could have stayed at home and just listening in on Zoom. Now, what is the idea this year to ensure more discussion and less panel?
Oh, well, that's another big question, Jack. Looking at our session principles, there's always this one principle, limit the time of your speaker and allow as early as possible the audience to chime in. And then we end up with another session of panel discussion only. This is really something that needs to be taken into account by the organizers. Of course, we need speakers that are attractive and that are attracting others to join EuroDIG or to join the session. And those people usually want to have their airtime. But then, at the other hand, they have to limit their own intervention and give time for the audience to chime in. Now, adding to the complexity of the topic is that if you want to have fully multi-stakeholder panels or discussions, we have at least, according to the stakeholder groups, that we have 4 or 5 different stakeholder groups that kind of should be represented.
Well, as a first suggestion, we had quite some success at the Swiss IGF with first a very strong moderation and with a very strict limitation on input statements not to exceed 5 minutes, with the clear message that they can come back and continue their message later on. And then it's just up to the moderator, making sure that the panel speaker knows that he'll have his or her airtime, but not just at one given time, because otherwise people fall asleep before half of the session. And it worked quite well. And we are going to that extent that we put up some kind of traffic light system in the back of the room, just to remind everybody that there is limited airtime.
Yes, and I see there's a lot of discussion on this going on in the chat. So if you are aware from the Swiss IGF of some really skilled and good moderators, then give us their names. We will engage them immediately, because this is indeed the key issue of successful panels, that the moderator is brave enough to cut speakers that are going over time. Luisa, you go next.
Okay, so talking about merciless moderator, so I'm from Brazil and I know one, Professor Helmut Glaser. He is merciless and have trained a whole generation to be merciless as him. So one of the things that we use in the IGF Brazil is like, and someone mentioned in the chat, it's a system of traffic lights. And at some point, there is like a screen, like a red screen that just makes you stop talking, because it's so annoying to have a red light blinking on you that you have to stop talking. It's actually something that works. We do that at the Brazilian pre-IGF, works pretty well. So it's like it has a timer, and then it gets, for example, 5 minutes, it's green. When you have just 2 minutes, it's yellow. And when it's like your last minutes, it just blinks red light on your face. It's cruel, but it's effective.
Okay. Can I ask, is this screen one of the backdrop screens that is on the stage?
Yeah, it's on the stage. Just the speakers can see it, and it's close to them, so you can't avoid it.
Okay.
And another thing from the Brazilian experience, it looks like a small thing, but we have noticed a big difference, is that instead of calling panels, just panels, we worked on different shapes. So workshops, round tables that would attract more people than just, you know, I came here to watch or listen to panels. Round tables actually are very interesting. There was one round table at IGF last year that I joined online, and it was interesting because people who like sit down in a round table, they had the chance to speak out during the session as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have one more question, Luisa, when you were speaking about the red screen, because we are also looking into technical issues, and we had like a little red lamp, for instance, on stage. But how do you use the red screen, the red blinking screen that you can use on stage? How are you going to use this when having remote participants?
I can ask the Brazilian like pre-IGF organizers how they do that online. I think you like as the organization from the Zoom room, you can set up this timer in your own screen and just put the red light blinking as well. But I can check and email you.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Let's look into it. It's indeed something that little technical solutions can really make a difference. So I'm very much interested in these kind of things. Are there any other hands raised? Any other questions? Is there something in the chat that needs to be highlighted? I see there was a discussion on all speakers remote. Yes, that's indeed also an issue that we detected last year with our first hybrid meeting. And this was actually a pity, because our idea was indeed to have at least one representative of the session on site. But then plans also change on a very short notice. People miss flights, people getting ill. This was really an issue last year that we ended up with, I think it was 3 panels or 3 sessions organized that were fully remote, and even that we had a person, Nadja in this case, connecting the audience and the online participants, it was really difficult to raise awareness that there are people in the room standing behind the open mic and making the fully remote panel aware that actually there are quite a lot of people just watching TV. And but now that we are 1 year after the pandemic and that everyone had made such experience somewhere, I think we can just improve on this issue of avoiding fully remote panels, and we have some ideas in this regard already. So I think we are getting much better in this respect. Jack, you have raised hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the floor. I'd like to switch to once more a totally different topic. And I remember one of the earlier instances of EuroDIG, I think, we had tech sessions explaining tech. This is how I was told how internet money works. So wouldn't there, and we are discussing it also in at our national IGF, but there's just not enough time, but maybe EuroDIG might be more room for that. Just explaining technology. I think many of the participants, they know a lot about lobbying, a lot about how society works, but they do not necessarily know how technology works. Sometimes would be useful, and I just remember these sessions were full. Just suggestion that there could be tech sessions as well.
Yeah, you're right, Jack. These sessions were called in the past Internet 101, and they were organized by our partners from the technical community like ISOC, GRAB NCC, and ICANN, but also others. And in some instances, they have been really well attended and successful. But then it appeared later on that the interest in those sessions was lowered. We don't know why. Maybe at that time the youth program was not so advanced, so that many young participants used those sessions. But meanwhile, I understand within the EuroDIG program there is such a component. Let me put it that way: if there is not a real demand from many stakeholders that we organize these sessions again, they are not yet foreseen at the moment. Saying that, I could imagine if there is an interest from Tampere University, for instance, to offer something for their students, or if enough stakeholders are really demanding this kind of thing, then let's do it on day 0. But since the interest has shifted away from these sessions at the moment, we are not planning this. An idea might be also to organize virtual extra sessions in advance. So let's check the opportunities. Luisa, please go ahead.
Another opportunity, I think, is to frame the technicalities inside the discussions as well. So, for example, like how data flows globally. This always also brings some technical discussions. And I think this is also very important to be inside the discussions. So, because yes, people want to know about lobby and regulations and advocacy, but if you don't know what you were trying to regulate, for instance, probably you were going to mess this thing up. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges that we have faced on discussions. People have a lot of the ideas, but they don't actually know what is going to work or what's not going to work and the reasons why. So I think it's a good opportunity to have break the boundaries between technical and legal and political, and try to bring people together in a way that's accessible. So at the end of the day, I think we also have a very big challenge for the moderation, that is to keep the discussion accessible for different fields of knowledge.
Good point. If we could achieve all this, we would be perfect.
Hope, it's the hope.
It's the hope, indeed. Okay, Nicola, welcome. You have raised your hand.
Hello. At this point, maybe, I mean, if there are some key questions which really would need some understanding, maybe, you know, it would be good to identify. Shouldn't be too many because it complicates matters, but then have a very short, maximum 10-minute, you know, briefing, you know, saying, you know, this is what it is, from somebody who really knows the issue, and you know, have this sort of not as part of the discussion, but in a way, but if we're going to discuss this, so here, this is what we understand about this issue. 10 minutes, very short briefing, just an expert briefing or something, if that's possible.
Oh, that's a good idea, and that sounds great. Expert briefing session, 10 minutes. This is possibly something people would like to go to. I take note of that. That's a brilliant idea. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else who would like to speak up? Okay, this is not the case. Then let us go back to the agenda. We went a little bit zigzag in our agenda. Let me check what we have accomplished so far. We introduced to the proposed new program structure. I would say the program structure is considered to be approved. There were no objections, at least. We would like to make, this is something we should do. We would like to make a suggestion on how to deliver the EuroDIG messages after the event. And I think this is an important point. I come to this in a minute. We had a closer look into the call for issues and discussed already which issues might be missing. And we will come back to this later, as I promised. From the afternoon part, we already spoke about the day zero and the EuroDIG. We did not yet speak about intersessional work, the stakeholder consultation, and possible extra sessions. I'm wondering, we have scheduled our agenda to continue until 1 o'clock. It's now almost 12. Shall we have like 10 minutes bio break and then continue at at 12 for 1 hour before we go into the proper lunch break? Because I have the feeling that attention is going a little bit away, and also people need to have a break. Shall we reconvene here at 12, then continue for 1 hour before going into a proper lunch break? Okay, super. Then please be here again at 12 sharp. Okay, we are on top of the hour, 12 o'clock. We said we are going to continue. Rainer is recording and live streaming operating.
Yes, both should.
Okay, thanks a lot. We accomplished quite a lot already in our first part of the day. What I would like to do now is, first of all, rearranging my windows and share with you again this Excel file that also has been provided to you. So just to summarize, we had a here. Okay, so we had a look at the list of proposals, and I expect that all of you kind of went through the proposals so that you know what's on the agenda. We had a look on the suggested matrix of subtracks and focus areas. We will revisit that topic later on. We also had a look at a proposed program structure with half a day zero, where the Finnish IGF will take place, but also some pre-events. Then we open with the youth messages and one of the standalone sessions of either the roundtable between African and European Union or the session on global internet governance processes. This program structure found support, at least I did not hear anything opposing to this. Now I would like to discuss with you how the messages should look like. It was mentioned already during this call that we should work towards an outcome and that possibly every team or every organizing unit could be could aim to come up with a solution or a recommendation for whatsoever. While I understand it's not always so easy to come up with solutions, I mean, EuroDIG is, and as any other IGFs, is about dialogue. So first, the dialogue is in the focus, but I do also understand the desire, and it has been mentioned at many occasions, that we should also have some sort of tangible outcome. That's why it's important that our messages are clear, forward-looking, proactive, and not just something it has been discussed and stakeholder agreed or did not agree. So it should be a bit more punctual. However, since we are going to change the program structure from separate workshops and plenaries to a more holistic approach on focus areas and subtopics, we should also consider how we would like to present the messages. And I had a discussion with some of you and also with the subject matter experts, how difficult or how challenging it might be if, for instance, let's take the topic of artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence will possibly have components of risks, resilience, but also on hope. And the question is now how we are going to put that into messages. Do we say topic 1, as an example, artificial intelligence, we have identified those risks, resilience is in this aspect, and we see X, Y, Z in terms of hope. Or are we, and this is the other way to look at it, are we first summarizing what the risks at the table are going then to the resilient moments of the internet governance and then express hopes? So the question is, are we going topic-wise or are we going along the focus areas? And we believe, in order to keep the concept of that we don't want to have 16 little messages as we had it in recent years, but that we would like to keep the concept of focused messages. Let's say 3 or 4 global messages that really summarize what has been discussed in the 3 days of EuroDIG. So we would like to add one more format of presenting the messages, which is also done in the form of a matrix. And this is basically what we would like to describe here in this Excel file, that we say, you can decide if you would like to read the messages topic-wise. For instance, I'm only interested in artificial intelligence, so let's see what are the risks, where's the resilience, and where's the hope. You can do this for each and every topic in a horizontal way. Or you can approach the messages in another way and say, I would like to know what are the risks to be considered in Europe, where is the resilience, and where is the hope. And then you will see messages on different topics if you read it vertically. As in the past, the messages should be presented in bullet points or short paragraphs. We don't want to have lengthy reports here. We have the reports in addition to the messages presented on the Geneva Internet website, the Geneva Internet platform website. And we, of course, give space on our wiki where additional information can be provided. But basically, to the well-known formats of presenting the messages in our brochure, on the wiki, etc., we will now add this sort of matrix that allows to approach the messages topic-wise, horizontally, or vertically, according to the focus areas. Are there any questions and comments? Jack, please go ahead.
Well, thank you. And thank you for explaining. One thing that we are always discussing, but also maybe we should be clear at the beginning, are we here talking about messages from the EuroDIG as such, or are we talking about messages from the individual sessions? I presume it's the first one. So is EuroDIG 2023 is sending out messages, but could also be just the message from the individual session.
This is what I tried to frame, that in the past we have indeed submitted messages on every little session, and we ended up with, I think it was until 2020 or 21, I don't know, we ended up with a pamphlet of messages for all the different sessions. And we must say it's rather difficult to continue working with those messages, bringing them forward to the key stakeholder that should be aware of the messages. When I have to, as the secretariat, when we have to say, okay, we have now 16 messages, you choose one. Of course, it has to be targeted, but still it was difficult. So that's why in 2020 or 21, we went through that avenue of a more focused approach of the program. And that was also a demand that was brought forward to us by our partners. And a more focused program approach automatically leads to also focused messages. And last year, for the first time, we had only 4 messages, 1 message for each focus area. And 1 focus area was dedicated a morning and an afternoon in the program. And the feedback that we got on this was that this was really the way to go forward, that we rather send messages on focus areas, which is not the entire program, but at least focus areas, instead of messages for each session. Does this answer your question, Jack? Okay. You're muted, but I see you agree. If you want to speak, then please unmute.
Yes, sorry for that. Yes, I fully thank you for answering the question. I think it was kind of a hypothetical question just to make clear what we are talking about.
Thank you. Jon, and then Uriel, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure what we want to reach and what we can reach. Listing in a very short manner the risk, resilience, and hope for a topic will not give any guidance where we see it. So you could say, well, there's a risk, there's hope, there is resilience. So where do we stand? But can we reach an agreement? This structure is easy for all parties to agree because everybody will see their point, and nobody has to say, well, the risks are greater than the hope, or the other way around. But if you want to have a real result, we should have a discussion and have something like a summary in order to bring something out that we can identify with. Because if you just say, well, AI has these risks, it can help us in certain ways, and we have some resilience, and we hope that it will bring us a great future. This is not something that will be so important. The importance is where we see the emphasis of this the topic. Do we see it rather as a risk where we have to act, or do we see it as some hope coming out, or do we see that we are on a great path to resilience? So I think this discussion is important to be held, and maybe even in the session structure, we have to make sure that this discussion is taking place after we had this risk, resilience, and hope discussions, that we bring all those people together that have discussed the different parts in order to have a kind of a balance and summary of the outcome.
Let me ask you, Jan, how would you like to see it? Do you think this is something that should be done within the 3 days of EuroDIG or after EuroDIG, or what would you propose?
Well, this is the other thing. We have the Geneva Internet Platform, who perform a great task, but who are kind of disconnected with the org teams. So they propose something the org teams might see differently. And of course, they have watched the discussions, but on the other hand, people will leave the conference and will not be online all the time to continue the discussion. As said before, as Jacques said, maybe we can have a proposal prepared by the different teams, so that we can already discuss the proposals, and we don't have to start from scratch at the conference. This sounds like a good idea.
I take note of it. Maybe I should go a little bit back into the concept of why we have those messages. The messages are basically a non-binding, non-negotiated outcome, which reflects the rough consensus of the audience. I'm not so sure if we ask org teams to prepare something in advance that will not be too biased, because it will already give a direction on those who are involved in shaping the session anyway. And I'm not so sure if it will leave enough space for the discussion that is really held on the ground, because organizers will try to stick on what they are proposing as the message, as the outcome. It has some pros and cons, and I think we have to discuss this a little bit further. And for instance, that the reporters are kind of unconnected to the org team is also something which is done on purpose, because they are considered to be neutral. They are very skilled in their reporting methodologies, but they are not, and this is on purpose, not connected to any of the org teams in terms of trying to get a certain agenda through, let me put it that way. And everyone has an agenda, which is okay. But of course, it should not be an agenda that comes through the messages, but it should be really the outcome of what has been discussed in the room, and the discussion in the room might be a bit different than what the org team was actually envisioning when planning the session. So therefore, needs to be discussed. But I see there are a lot of more hands. Ürige, Wout, and Liliana. Please go ahead, Ürige.
Thank you, Sandra. This is Yrjö speaking. Yeah, you asked why do we actually have these messages? It's a good question. I think that the main purpose of the messages is that they will be read by people who actually have an opportunity to do something about those things we point out. That means that the messages should be fairly short, I mean, short in themselves, and not too many of them, so that people actually want to go through them. In this respect, for instance, and with all due respect to the IGF, but when I looked at the IGF messages, I mean, there were so many pages and text that could have been, written a little bit more succinctly. And I I think that we should make it sort of try to statue an example here. The other thing is that perhaps we should try to get a contact, create a contact between the org teams and the people who are going to report on them from Geneva internet platform a little bit earlier than that, just at the meeting itself. Perhaps the Geneva people could participate at some of the org team meetings just before, so they get the idea of what the org team thinks. And the last point here, the focus areas, risks, resilience, hope, they are related to each other in a different way than the focus areas we had last year, for instance. So I think that the approach, the matrix approach to myself is okay, but I think the sort of emphasis should really be on, taking a topic area and saying the risks here are, however, the resilience can be enhanced so and so, and the hopes are. Thank you.
Thank you, Uriel. Wout, you go next.
Yes, hi Sandra, thank you. Coming back to my comment before, that by raising specific questions up front, that is different than preparing messages up front. You give focus to the whole track, basically, and that could be discussed among the organizing teams, or whatever way we organize it this year. The second is that you create and come up with messages, but they're aimed at specific communities. So how can we make sure that these communities are involved from the beginning, so that perhaps some communities that are missing learn upfront, hey, there's going to be nobody talking about us and speaking about us. And for example, let's stick to artificial intelligence, because that's mentioned a few times. There are organizations developing artificial intelligence. Their governments started to think about regulating artificial intelligence. There's companies who are using artificial intelligence, and they're all involved in this debate. So when we come up with messages on artificial intelligence, and just hypothetically, you will want their input. And then we can also say, when we have these messages, this part of the message addresses this community. And we hope that you will take, and there's the hope that you will take these measures in the future. And that focuses the messages from just a general comment, artificial intelligence has to be more safer and more whatever. It's more focused towards an action. And we can dictate that action, but we advise taking that action to make sure that gets a part of the message. So by asking some questions up front, you do steer the discussion, but not in a decisive way, because people can answer whatever they like to answer. And then you come up with the hope in your messages, saying the world needs this action from you to be more secure or more resilient, or whatever we call it. Mm-hmm. So let me stop there as a discussion.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much. I would really like to see how this would play out in reality. I'm realistic. We cannot expect this from every org team to happen the way that you just described, but I do hope that you will join one of the org teams, and maybe you can push a little bit towards this direction, so that we really see how it works and how far we get with this concept. I have sympathy for it, I must say.
Well, I have been members of org teams for several years, and it's extremely difficult to get people out of their hobby horse because they come with one topic in mind. And that is, in my opinion, and it's not to speak negatively of these people, because an organization sometimes has one focus point, but that also means that they're not interested in a solution. Quite often, they're just interested in sharing their message. And that is perhaps avoided by inviting them to think in a broader way, because they have to interact with people and not just make their one presentation of 15 minutes. They have to be part of literally of an organization. And that you can only change by providing a different focus than the panel in which they can present disrespectful their hobby horse.
Yeah, wisely said. Thank you. Next is Liliana and then Mark.
Yes, thank you. I would agree with the previous speaker that, and also would suggest a little bit more structured messages in the format of who needs to do what. So it's kind of obligation, let's say soft obligation put to different type of stakeholder and type of activity or action needed to be in place or to be considered in only to do something, to have, let's say, an impact of what we are doing. So that would be the key, like a specific format of these key messages, so we can easily translate the key messages to different target groups or communities. Because, for example, I would want after EuroDIG and to take the ownership of these key messages, to cross-check them with my community here. Some of them may be not applicable. We are not even thinking of artificial intelligence development so, let's say, developed as maybe the Western Europe is thinking, or the rest of the world. But we don't have maybe the capacity or whatsoever, but it's kind of a formatting in a format structure, and then translate into the national context, and then bringing back the, let's say, discussion to EuroDIG. So it's kind of a cross-checking the content of these key messages, what it refers, and whether these key messages would refer to our nationwide, let's say, context here. Is it applicable? Is it could we implement it? Do we need more time, resources, or capacity? So cross-checking would be something to take ownership of the national IGS, or let's say different NGOs or initiatives that are in the countries. And then when we prepare the next EuroDIG, we could, bring forward the discussions and bring back, let's say, the experience well with let's say, all communities' diverse thinking in mind. That was my intake on this. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Liliana. Indeed, that's a good idea on how to further, also after EuroDIG, involve the national IGFs in Europe, in order to ask them to see whether these messages that are formulated on a regional basis do also apply to the national needs. That's a good idea. I would like to keep also. Mark, you go next.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. And I think the comments so far have been very helpful, I think, in terms of identifying how the messages are going to have impact. And I think, I mean, as I said in the chat, I see the most valuable part of messages being providing guidance based on inclusive multi-stakeholder discussions held in EuroDIG, guidance for, well, wider discussions at the global level, coming from basically European perspectives and values and principles, guidance down to the national level, guidance to policymakers in governments, saying, this is how discussions involving all stakeholders have engaged on this issue, and the kind of solutions that could be developed, explored and developed to solve these problems or create these opportunities, the new technologies, and also guidance to the private sector leaders, to the technical community, people who are developing standards in the internet area and digital area and so on. So, I mean, if those would fit ideally to what I understand the hope component of the areas of focus would be. Also, to a certain extent, on resilience. I mean, resilience, as I define resilience, is all about identifying how to restore and establish stability and opportunity and so on. So I'm not sure to the extent to, I mean, they overlap a bit, I think, conceptually, resilience and hope, unless I've misunderstood these concepts, I don't know. So, you know, when after EuroDIG has concluded and we go out to communities with these messages, that is that's what is going to hit home. You know, what are the actions? This is very much consistent with the Global Digital Compact. I mean, they are seeking advice from stakeholders on core principles, yes, but also actions, and who is going to who needs to do what, as was just said. You know, this is ideally the approach I think EuroDIG should take, and then we should devise more effective ways of communicating these messages. As I mentioned earlier, I'm disappointed that, for example, national IGFs in the European region aren't really picking up on the messages from Trieste. They aren't sort of providing any profile for them at the national level. And also, you know, there's the outreach we need to develop with governments on EuroDIG's messages, with all the international entities, you know, Internet Society, ICC Basis, and all the others, Diplo and so on. There's a much more concerted effort, I think, to promote the messages and also to measure their impact. Let's see if they actually are having impact, and then that will inform our approach next year. Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. While you and others were speaking, I must say it's really great to hear these different ideas on how messages could be drafted, what can be done with them. And I'm wondering, because I must really say the Secretariat is more or less already on the limit of the capacity that we have in order to facilitate the process and running the association and so on and so forth. Should we, and I throw this out and everyone can think about it for himself, should we maybe, in addition to the reporters of the Geneva Internet Platform, which are basically collecting the input and bringing it in a form, but should we then in addition have a message drafting team that actually is overseeing and supervising the process and the reporters, and also trying to better submit those messages then at the end of EuroDIG to the various players, might that be national, regional IGFs, might that be governments, etc. But someone or a team who is a little bit better following up on the entire messaging process, from the drafting that starts maybe already in the org team, to the job what the Geneva Internet Platform reporters are doing, up to how to distribute the messages afterwards. I think that could really be an idea, the way that we have subject matter experts and org teams, that we also have a team that takes supervision on the messages. It's just an idea, thinking out loud. Liliana, maybe that's related because you raised your hand again.
Yes, so maybe if we could be given the minutes from the sessions, and then this message org team that you are suggesting could review the minutes from the session, and then it would be easier for the session moderator just to provide the minutes, what it was said. Then it could be easier to develop some kind of key message from each, let's say, topic or session. And then the whole package of messages could be shortened, but and formatted as we agree, let's say, or you agree in this message org team.
Liana, I'm not so sure that this is what I had in mind, because going back into history, the concept of messages has been introduced at EuroDIG. And it was introduced based on the idea that we really capture what has been discussed in the room, and we agree on the spot by consensus, by rough consensus, and do not take it back, circle it back to someone who can then edit and all these kind of things. Because when you then edit, this is the moment when the bias comes in. And when people try to frame the messages in their favor or according to their agenda. So the most non-biased way is indeed that independent reporters are taking note during the event, and we really capture what has been said in that moment, and not with a drafting process afterwards. So this is where the concept of messages comes from, and I'm not so sure we would like to change this, because this is how EuroDIG introduced the message drafting process to the broader IGF community, and others adapted it. If we would change that key element, I don't think that will make a lot of sense. But I'm rather thinking about the process, how we come to the messages, and what we are going to do with them afterwards. I think here is space for improvement in order to make it a more stronger outcome. But thank you. I see there are two more hands raised, which is Luisa and Jon. And then I also realized that Thomas Schneider at some point joined. Yes, he's still in here. Thomas, I would also call upon you after Jon, because we discussed that issue of messages as well. And I think it was even you basically the one proposing these kind of matrix. Maybe you can then sum up the discussion on the messages. But first, Luisa, and then Jon.
Yeah, I have a question. I put it in on the chat, but just to make it more accessible, are the messages also call to actions? I mean, in the second part of it, I think after you spoke, Sandra, that's why I understood. It's a bit of call to actions afterwards, right?
Yes, and we have formulated this in our principles. And it's when you visit the website, from these tabs that you have under reporting, it says, we might update that paragraph, but at the moment it still says, reporters from the Geneva internet platforms were assigned to take note and formulate messages for each of the focus area that relate to the particular session and to European internet governance policy, are forward-looking and propose goals and activities that can be initiated after EuroDIG recommendations, and are in rough consensus with the audience. So indeed, what you're saying is one of the key elements what a message ideally should do. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may share an experience from one IGF session that I reported, we used the so-called cloud of words. The audience could give inputs, and the reporter was putting inputs from the speakers as well. And it was so in the end we had like the goal to build a message, and it was unbelievable helpful to have this word clouds, including because we projected them for everyone to see. And in this case, it was a a debate around encryption, and it was very interesting because the words freedom and safety, they came up in the same level, in the same time. So one of the outcomes was like, we have to consider the safety and freedom in the same level, or we don't need to give up on each other. So just an example, which like practice was interactive, people could join, and it was helpful to build a message and check with the speakers during the session.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. And Luisa, let me ask you, how did you came to that word cloud? Did you use Menti, or and then people had to put in words, or how was this done?
Yeah, I need to review because it was some years ago, but basically as reporter, I would put the answers, like the key nouns that came from the speakers. So every time like they mentioned the words, of course, we had spoken to them beforehand and explained that this would happen. We also said in instructions, like the moderator said these instructions to the people watching and join, and we shared live the QR code for the link where they could put their impressions and the words that they were referring during the session. So we had both inputs from one reporter and from the audience as well.
Okay, that sounds very interesting. And maybe, Luisa, if we set up such a message team, maybe you can become part of and take care of that component. So you see, you are immediately taken into.
That would be a challenge. I have to check how we did it, but I remember it was a very nice experience.
Okay, well, I will come back to you on this matter to learn more. Jon, please go ahead.
I see 2 points here. We have the idea of sending a message out. And if we want to send a message out, if you compare to other conferences that send a message out, they don't have a message on every session they had. They often only have 1 or 2 messages that are very concise, very specific, and that they are sending out because they think this is where the public needs to react, or politicians or whoever. And when I see this matrix is brilliant to give an overview. What has been seen where, and this is good as a very concise summary. Not a summary in the sense of who said what, but what were the main points discussed in the areas of risk, resilience, and hope. And I think maybe we need both. Maybe this matrix is good to give somebody an overview what this EuroDIG was about. And at the same time, we should try to formulate at the most 3, maybe only 1 or 2 messages that we as EuroDIG want to send to the world. And this message then can be communicated much stronger than if you have a dozen messages about some different topics. Of course, the discussion, what is the message that EuroDIG wants to send, might be difficult because we have a lot of different stakeholders and they might not agree on things. So this might take some time, and maybe it doesn't even work because there are different camps that cannot agree. But I think if we want to send out a message to the world, not just a summary telling here we have discussed this, but here we want you to react, we want you to do this, then we should really focus and discuss this in a separate manner.
Interesting, Jon. Do you think that is a process that takes place after the EuroDIG, that something that we do not agree during the EuroDIG, but a team, or I don't know who, is doing it afterwards? What do you think?
I think if it's a message from the conference, it needs to be from the conference. Otherwise, it's from the conference organizers that sit together and think what they should tell the world. But we want the attendees to vote on this, and not the org teams and not the Geneva Internet Platform. But the attendants should have the say, and they, even if we don't agree with it, they should say, well, we see this as the most important point. And maybe every session could have a proposal saying we see this as the main point where we have to react. And then in the end, we can vote on the different proposals from the sessions, which is the most important, or the 2 or 3 most important messages that should be sent out.
I would not go down the avenue of voting because IGF is based on rough consensus.
Okay.
So we are not introducing voting mechanisms, at least not in this thing. But let's think about this further. And basically, this matrix is also something that took into account that we come up with 3 big things on risk, resilience, hope, but at the same time also allow someone to read horizontally on a topic, just simply what has been, not what has been discussed. As I said, we are not minuting it, but at least what are the issues for a certain topic. Thomas, I see you have switched on your camera already, but also Wout has raised his hand, and I think he wants to quickly reply on something. So before I give the floor to you, I would give it to Wout.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. I am replying to what Jorn is saying. When we have these sessions and these themes, it's logical that people do not agree. So at the end, you can have 2 totally different messages. Let's take as an example, privacy. That civil society and maybe some others will be advocating to make sure that everything is encrypted. While some parts of the government, they're really proposing to have backdoors in the system so that they can surveil whatever they need to surveil. But the fact is that it becomes insecure for everybody. Well, you will have 2 messages then. Perhaps if these governments do participate, they will say, we need a backdoor because, and the rest says, well, we need to have full encryption because otherwise. And of course, this is an old discussion. But to have these 2 different messages totally shows what the positions in the world are. And then the one says, well, to industry, you have to close everything and make sure that it's secure by design and encrypted. And some of the governments will then say, well, we need a backdoor. Well, then it's 100% clear. So to have 2 different positions shows the discussion. And yes, they do not agree, but perhaps they do agree on a certain level of security. And then you can ascertain that as well and point to the fact that in the end, everybody agrees that it has to be as secure as possible. So my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Wout. Thomas, would you like to give the floor to Jack first? Because I would, then Jack first, and then Thomas, I think you could sum up this topic because I know you were one of those who introduced the concept of messages to the global IGF. So you are very passionate about this topic. Jack, you go first.
Victoria, I think I can directly cede the floor to Thomas, since we had in the meantime we had discussions in the chat on that.
Okay.
So I think that's enough in the interest of time. Hi, Thomas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, welcome to everybody, and please apologize that I haven't been able to be with you from the beginning, but we're having the negotiations on the convention on AI here in Strasbourg, which I'm chairing. So it was impossible for me to be with you. I joined you when we stopped our meeting for lunch, and yeah, this is a good discussion. Maybe a few points from my side. When this decision was taken that we would try something new, which is a good thing, I think, and organize this EuroDIG under these 3 headlines of risks, resilience, and hope. And then Sandra and I and some others discussed about how to organize the messages. And I think also given the fact that we may not only think of a PDF document in the end or an Excel table, but actually on an HTML online version of the messages, if we get this done, if we have enough resources. Of course, you can have a heading where you say, okay, we list all the messages that should be, of course, precise, sharp, short, on risks throughout all issues. Then we have messages concerning possible or existing resilience and hope, which is more action-oriented, forward-looking, what would need to be done. But then there may be people that would want to see, okay, what did they discuss on a topic, and they would want to see the risks, resilience, and hopes per topic. And so then we discussed, and the idea is that you can do it in an Excel table, which is not so nice to look at, that you have, like what you see now on the screen, you have the topics on the left side and the risks, and then you put the message at the right place in the column. You can also use it as a guidance on the internet, that you have the messages in a database on the internet. And if somebody wants to see all message on one topic, whether it's on the risk, resilience, or hope, they will appear. If somebody wants to see all risks across the issue, so that basically you can organize the presentation of all the messages according to the interests or the logic or the thinking of the person looking at it, and the person doesn't have to find out what is the logic of those presenting the messages to me. So, and I think that's actually quite appealing, in particular the online version, where you then can group the messages accordingly. With regard to the messages themselves, and I mean, this is a discussion that we're having since the creation of EuroDIG and the introduction of the messages in 2008. And then since we managed to basically, at the IGF that we organized in Geneva, we just introduced the messages at the IGF. Of course, they should not be too descriptive, but rather action-oriented, rather punchy, and so on. We know this is not always equally easily done. It also depends on the issues. And what Wout has said and others about, I mean, the messages do not require consensus on an issue or on what should be done. The message can also be, many people in particular from one stakeholder group, they think this should absolutely be done. At the same time, others think that this should be done by no means forward. So messages can also signal that there is a divergence of views. They just need to be formulated in a way that they're attractive to read. But it doesn't mean that they have to be like everybody wants the same thing. They can also reflect that some want this, others want this. And that is also an interesting message to read. I must say, so much now for the messages and organizing them in the 3 baskets of risk, resilient, hope, as well as in a topical order, and you allow people to play with how they want this to be presented. I think this is something that should be feasible, I hope, and the techie guys need to tell me what the additional work is would be to present this like I proposed on the website. I think we heard an interesting proposal about the word cloud idea. Again, then you could decide, is it per topic, is it per basket of risk, resilience, and hope, and yeah, to feed a cloud. And then this could be, if it's not too complicated to do, this could be just an additional way of presenting, visualizing a discussion that may also contain some messages, not in the form of bullets, but in the form of different words that may have different sizes. So if we can do this not as a replacement of the message, but as an addition, that I would think that would be great if we have the resources to do it. And then the other thing that Jörn or Wout, I forget who it was, said about, of course, also there's always a trade-off between having short and only few messages versus being inclusive and having messages where you have more substance, where more people find themselves in. And ideally we do both, but we should not have a lengthy report, but ideally we have messages on every session, on every topic, on every issue. But if we manage to, to at the end of the session, have a quick Menti or a rough consensus, somehow a rough consensus decision on if we would, as a community, those who are present, if we would be forced to distill out of the maybe 30, 40 bullet point messages overall, I distilled the 3 key bullet points, the 3 key messages, which ones would we take? If we could make this, I think that would be also a very nice additional exercise. But for me, like the core thing that we absolutely have to do in a sufficient attractive quality is to have messages, short, precise, readable messages on every session, on every topic. And I would also suggest that we do it in this matrix form, that you can look at the messages. If I'm interested in a particular issue, I can look at the risks, resilience, and hope messages like this. But if I'm just wanting to, I know all the risks and I know how resilient or not things are, and I just want to have the whole part overall, that I can do this. I think this is the core. Everything else is nice to have, in the sense that it would be great if we get to do these things. If not, we try another year, depending on the resources. And that brings me to another point, that I just use the occasion that I speak. As you know, that EuroDIG is not really overfunded because not too many donors give too much money. It's probably because it is working too efficiently. It is not, and it's not such a glossy, shiny event that tries to look like an expensive thing, that people think that something that is really cost effective needs no money at all. But I can only urge you to talk to everybody you can, in particular to government people, but also to people from registries, from other stakeholders, from businesses. We do have an issue with not having enough money in the long run to secure the EuroDIG funding. And if you want this to continue to exist for a longer time, then you would need to help us in finding additional funding. So I'll stop with this and hand it back over to, I guess, Sandra. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. And just to jump on what you said last and to underline it with some concrete numbers. At the moment, we are looking at a minimum budget of 200,000, which is a little bit more than, like 10,000 more than we had in the past. But this is due to the increased cost for everything. And we do not yet have the 200,000. We have at the moment secured more or less 160,000. So we have a finance gap this year of 40,000, which is quite a lot. Actually, it's not huge money when you look at some funding programs, but for us, it is indeed quite a lot. And for instance, useful things that we had in the past, like a travel support program for Southeastern European countries, this is not possible anymore, because meanwhile, on the EuroDIG Secretariat's budget are the technical costs, because technical issues are so complex meanwhile that you just cannot give it to any technical company that comes in randomly for 1 year. So we really need to work with the technical team way in advance in order to provide sufficient service for a hybrid meeting. So if anyone on this call has something left in the pockets and is able to help us, then, or knows whom we can approach, then please let us know. It's really, really, really urgent this year, more urgent than in the past. We do have some reserve funds, but if we use them 1 year or 2 years, then we are done. I mean, that's it then, to be honest. Okay, Jacques, you have raised the hand for quite a long time. Thank you for your patience.
Well, I understand the question of monies are always important, but I'd like to jump back on something Thomas was elaborating on, and there I'm still a little bit confused on the ultimate content of the messages. Just to put it bluntly, should the messages tell that there is an issue, or should the messages tell about possible solutions? So is it the message, we need to talk, or is it, for this issue, we should talk about the following?
Thomas, would you like to take that question, or shall I try to answer?
Happy to start, and then you complement. I think with this logic of risk, resilience, hope, you actually you can use this and say, okay, if we have an issue, there's a risk. If it's a negative thing, we may also have the opportunities in addition to the risks. And the hope is then, and the resilience is maybe what is already there, what we can build on, and the hope is what needs to be done. So that actually would provide you with a logic to place the issue and the solution, or elements to the solution, in these messages. And again, also, if you allow me to react on the chat, that does not need to be consensus, for instance, on possible solutions. You can say some think this is a solution, others think this is no solution at all. So that can be reflected in the messages. We do not have to seek for consensus. If there is, there is, but if there's not, we can nevertheless formulate a message on it. Say some urgently demand this to be done, others urgently demand something else to be done. Thank you.
Yes, I think there's not much more to add, Thomas, that it can be both ways. Also, a disagreement between two stakeholder groups can be formulated as a message, so that there still need works to be done in order to get to a solution in the future. But the status quo might be that there's no solution at the moment. So yes, I hope that answered your question, Jack. I see there are no more hands raised, and I would propose that we stop the discussion here, because then we exactly stay in time with our agenda. We would now have a break of 1.5 hours, and we would reconvene here at 2:30 Central European Time, which is in 1.5 hours. And I would then, because we provided now a lot of input on a proposed program structure, we went through proposals, we discussed how messages could look like, etc. This is a lot of input. I would like to ask you to let that sink a little bit, and then after the break, we come back and we will revisit the topics on the proposals, on the messages, on the program structure. And I would then again ask for your input, or for your suggestions, or for your disagreement if you disagree, so that we, after this second, or at the end of this day, we can find consensus on the issues that are at hand. We will also be able to go back. Mark Cavell, will you be with us in the afternoon? Question to you, because then I would, will you?
Yes,
Super,
sure.
super. Because then I would like to invite you as the chair of the European stakeholder consultation to give an update on all the processes that are around this area. And we could also quickly touch base on possible intersessional work, what the EuroDIG Extra is, how we could use it, IGF participation, and if there are any questions on youth participation, that can be also, but I think youth participation was pretty much covered already. So putting it short, we meet here again at 2:30, and we will find consensus on the questions on the table from the morning program. And if you have any issues, anything is unclear, anything that you would like to add, then please do so in the afternoon. And all participants that have participated in this call today will also be the chance to give written input for at least a couple of days before we then continue drafting the program. We understand that you might not be able to dedicate a full day for such a discussion. So if you cannot do it in the afternoon, you will have additional time, let's say next week, before we really take the pen and nail it down, so that we get as broad consensus as possible. So I guess, Rainer, we leave the room open in order to keep the recording, or how is that managed, Rainer? Please let us know.
The room will still stay open.
the room will stay open. I will switch on off my camera and off my microphone, and I hope to see a couple of you in the afternoon. Have a good lunch break. Okay, I think a majority of people is back, and also time is over. I hope you enjoyed a good lunch I had. It's good to see that many of you are continuing this afternoon as well. As I promised, or as I said already in the morning, I would like to circle that back to you now. I ask you to let it sink a little bit, what you have heard, and let us know if you had any thoughts over lunch that are concerning the messages, concerning the proposals, the topics that should be discussed, or concerning the draft program structure. And if you have any of those comments or questions, then let me know, and I will be happy to share my screen again, showing the related documents that we all look on the same issue, I would say. So please raise your hand if you have comments or questions on any of those. All clear, that's super. Mark, please.
Yes, thanks very much. I think it's broadly, it's a good start to shaping the event, and all minds now should start to focus in on the detail and so on. I just have a quick sort of question about engagement with the global IGF and also the tech envoy of this EuroDIG's engagement. I mean, do you see us being able to invite the tech envoy to Tampere, or to participate online, and perhaps representatives of the co-facilitators of the summit process, including the Global Digital Compact, Rwanda and Sweden, and the IGF Secretariat, indeed. Is that part of our sort of thinking with regard to engaging, consolidating the profile of EuroDIG as a leading and influential regional IGF that is contributing to the global processes? Thanks.
Mark, definitely, and actually I'm calling on you to do all this. I mean, it's in the draft program structure already that we will have a session on the global processes, including the Global Digital Compact, but also its relation to the business process. And yes, I do believe that the tech envoy should be invited. Not sure whether he can make it to Europe at that day, but at least he could join us virtually. And in this respect, the evening session might be indeed the best place, because he's based in New York, as far as I know. And what was the second part? Here, the facilitators from Sweden and from Rwanda, the facilitators for the Global Digital Compact. Not sure if everyone is aware, but tomorrow there is a first call from the tech envoy on the Global Digital Compact concerning, I think, civil society and youth. And there is a second call next week. And personally, I will participate in one. I know, Mark, you will participate in the other. And I hope to get more information on the facilitators, for instance, because in particular, the one from Sweden could be interesting. He or she might come over to Finland and have a discussion with us. This is indeed something we should look into. And well, if anyone has already information on how to reach out to those people, let us know. Otherwise, we will find out sooner or later. I think now is indeed the best moment to invite those key participants that we would like to attend, that we would like to see attending EuroDIG, and the ones that I mentioned are definitely among them. Yes. What was that? Did I answer everything, or did I miss something?
That's a complete answer. Thank you.
Okay, super. Then Chris, please.
Well, just to talk a little bit about that. I mean, I think I mentioned before there was this discussion yesterday with the Swedish cyber ambassador, which I think was a really good one. And I think he'd be actually a great person if we can get him to speak at EuroDIG. I think had some really a good understanding of the situation. He's sort of got a technology background, but has been doing this diplomacy for a number of years. In terms of the co-facilitators, I mean, I think they're seeing their role rightly enough as very sort of transparently capturing what input they get. So I think we should probably consider what phase we're at in the process by that June meeting. I think their plan is to publish an issue paper around June. So that's a little unfortunate for us because I'm not sure we can exactly rely on that it will be published in time for EuroDIG. And if they're about to publish it, they're probably not going to be in a great position to speak much about it. But we should certainly, I think, talk to them. And I think if we can try and get a sense of what that issues paper might look like going into June, that would be perhaps a useful opportunity, really one of the first for the multi-stakeholder community to discuss it and see where the sort of negotiations on the GDC are actually heading. But that's, yeah, so I guess still coming back to here, we need to coordinate with the co-facilitators, and we need to coordinate with the people who are in contact with the co-facilitators, because I think reaching out directly to heads of New York delegations is probably going to be difficult. But if we can work with the people we know, particularly in Sweden, given that it's in the region, to try and make some connections there, that might be useful.
Chris, can I ask you, did RIPE NCC had already established direct contacts to one of the co-facilitators, Sweden or Rwanda?
We've made some efforts to connect with their people in Geneva. It hasn't been that successful, but then there was this discussion yesterday with the cyber ambassador, so still foreign affairs ministry, but a slightly different take. But as I say, from his comments yesterday, it was very much this is something being done by the New York permanent representative. So they can help connect us, but that's yeah, probably about the limit there.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? And others have joined us. I call again, if you have any comments or questions to our discussions and findings during the morning session, then please raise your hand now.
Sandra, I'll jump back in if I can.
Yes, please.
Very briefly, because I dropped off for the last part of the morning session. I had a dentist appointment. But I hear there was some discussion of the messages. And so my view on the messages would be, I think that GIP did a great job last time, and I think the format was really, really good. I think in terms of audience, we need to be thinking these messages need to be as flexible as possible. They need to be able to be used by different people in different contexts. So we certainly shouldn't limit, or should look at a format that will be as unconstrained as possible in how they can be taken and used and applied in other situations.
Mm-hmm.
I think the IGF messages this year are also, so the IGF 2022 messages that were the final draft finalized last month are also a useful example. I think they've sort of tried to distill those 5 thematic areas from the IGF 2022 into no more than 2 pages of well-spaced bullets. And I think that's a really useful approach. The IGF is obviously looking to have that feed into the Global Digital Compact discussion. I'm not sure it makes sense for EuroDIG to think in those terms, but I think, as I say, I think I mentioned it in the chat this morning, I think the risk resilience hope construction is actually really useful in terms of the message's output, because I think if it gives us an opportunity to sort of say these are the areas that the community sees as risks and some discussion. These are the areas we see for hope. These are places where we see resilience and sort of analyze that a little bit. So I think that's perhaps the most important or most valuable facet where that construction will work.
Mm-hmm. Thomas argued in a similar direction that possibly an online tool, I mean, we should not think about the messages as a PDF only, but possibly also as an online tool that you can filter in a certain way in order to get out the information that you actually want. Might that be information on the 3 main topic, risk, resilience, hope, or might it be information related to a certain topic, like, for instance, artificial intelligence? So I think that is also something that we could achieve with a sort of matrix, or let's do a research what the best tool might be, but definitely something broader than an Excel file or a PDF. Jack, you have raised hand?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Well, as to this question, whether it should just be online or whether some almost tangible formats such as PDF or Excel. Well, if you think that these messages should be used everywhere and not just streamlined for certain groups, it would probably also be not too bad to have really something like a product. So one vote from my side to have it really on a paper, because just knowing from my personal lobbying expertise, what's clear cut on a paper is viewed, what is just somewhere on a web page is not.
Yes.
Just one vote.
Agree, and I don't think we will stop to produce our annual brochure, because this is just more than the messages only. It's our little glossy paper that we produce once in a year with the pictures in it and the mottos and the logos for the sponsors, of course. So yes, we will definitely also keep the paper format, but offer in addition other avenues of accessing the messages. Any other comments? Vlad, hey, good to see you. Not yet, but there you are.
I just uploaded my Zoom, but I still don't know how to work with this. Since we talk about the delivery messages, I think that we also need to think about working on the social media, because I think that last year the covering in social media was not made properly. And I could not even find in Twitter, for example, the messages itself or the link to messages. So it was not published, and how a broad audience can know that these messages were worked on and published. So this is another question, and I think that probably it is more about organizational issue, but still I want it to be discussed, and probably a better work on the social media platforms should be made to attract more broad audience. Also, as soon as we search for more participants, and also maybe someone would like to donate to the organization, as you said, you need so much. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And indeed, we have detected that there's a gap in social media coverage. It stems from the issue that we are having connected one tool with the others. For instance, our Paperly, the thing that comes monthly, is connected to Twitter and LinkedIn, but then it does not really show the text before. So what and we did it just last week, and it's now in the process of being accomplished, that on our website will be directly connected to to the paper lead, which goes then on Twitter. It's a little bit complicated, but yes, we have detected that's an issue, and we would appreciate to see your feedback once we have worked on the problem, if that is really how you would like to see it. That would be appreciated. Anything else? Then let me, in the meanwhile, give you a rough timeline, an envisioned timeline. We said already that we will give a couple of more days, but only to those who participated in the call, to send us feedbacks, questions, comments, concerns. From my personal experience, I can say that sometimes after such a call is accomplished, you get an idea and say, oh, I could have said that because that's important. So you will have time until next Tuesday, the 7th of February, to let us know what might have been missed during today's call, or what comes to your mind in as a follow-up on this call. Then on the 8th, 9th, and 10th, Rainer and I, we will try to translate what has been discussed here today into a draft program structure. And this will not yet be a program with all the content inside, but it will just group the matrix of subtracks and topics into a program-like thing. This draft will then be open for comments for at least 2 weeks, which brings us to the end of February. And at the end of February, we hope then to have an agreed, and this public comment period will be, of course, open to the entire community, not just to the people here in this call. And then after this public comment is finished, we hope to have the consolidated program by mid-March, let's put it that way. In parallel, we will then also reach out to the ones that are organizing a session, and will consult with the subject matter experts. I took with great interest note of the idea that we, I think it came from Wout, that we start with one org team per track and then divide into sub-tracks within that org team. I really do think that is a good way of improving our process a little bit, also in terms of that the teams are a little bit more connected among each other. And this process is then also to start connecting and finding the teams in March. And then at the beginning of April, depending on where you are in the world, until mid-April, we are all kind of in an Easter break. And we do believe that the real work should then start, or the org teams, when they have the most active phase, should start after Easter, which is around mid-April. Saying that, we already made that experience that this is most likely too late to get high-level speaker, VIPs, etc., because their agenda is blocked way in advance. That's why it is so important that we reach out to the high-level speaker, like what Mark mentioned, the tech envoy, or what Chris said, the cyber ambassador of Sweden, that we reach out to them rather soon and not wait until org teams are getting there, and then we might end up in May and asking for an appointment for June. That's definitely too short. So in addition to commenting on the program, we will also call on you to let us know whom we should reach out to be invited as a keynote speaker. And when looking at our program structure, and one moment, let me share again the screen so that we all look at the same page. Okay, this was the messages matrix, but here's the program structure. We see that we have at least 4 keynotes. There is one on the opening day, which was formerly known as day 0. Then we have one in the morning here, one in the afternoon on the second day, and another one in the morning here. Saying that, every org team is of course invited to open up the session with a small keynote and input statement from a VIP. And that can be virtual, that can also be in person. Both is possible. So I would say we have like, and by the way, since those keynotes here are 30 minutes, we never want to have a speaker speaking for 30 minutes. So basically we could accomplish 2 keynote speakers here. We could also say we have 1 keynote at the beginning of such a session segment and 1 at the end of such a session segment, so that we have a little bit more of interaction, or 1 in between. So that's all possible here. Nothing is carved in stone, and with this structure we can even adjust on a short notice to the needs of people and their availability. Jack, is this related to keynotes and program? Then please go ahead.
Not to keynote, but to program, and just at the other end. So the keynote speakers are important, but the community is important as well. And here I'm probably addressing to Yrjö with the wish that there should be some social program for the evening. And I'm not thinking of something fancy, but it's just very important. I think this is that this just makes the difference with other events. And if you have the opportunity to be there more than 1 day, then this is something that really glues the community together. So just expressing my wish that there is something to spend the white nights in Tampere. I'm looking forward to whatever there is that can be offered on the university premises. Must be gorgeous.
Yes, and Jack, you're absolutely in line with what the organizers would like to achieve. There's just one problem: serving alcohol at the university is not possible, so we have to find other ways. But Uri has raised hand already, and I know he has some ideas and possibly news to share. Uri, please go ahead.
Thank you, Sandra. This is Uri Ransipuro speaking. Yeah, there will be a reception by the municipality of Tampere in the evening of the 1st, that is to say on the 20th. We have been talking about a possibility that the GEMS, the one and only famous band, would perform in Tampere. It would be possible at the university premises, and as Sandra said, we are working on a major thing connected to that. But I mean, in some form, I hope, if the musicians are there, of course, enough, so even the GEMS would be somehow fill an evening slot. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. And I noted here when the reception at the City Hall is, that is not the day 0 / day 1, it's the 2nd day in the City Hall. That brings us possibly to the jams at the day 0. Unless there is a great majority of people staying even longer and not taking the train or the plane home on day 2, then we could also do something on that last day. So everything is possible, I guess. But also here, you might remember that last year we were not able to invite for a social evening. All we could afford was offering you the first drink and organizing the technical equipment for the jams band. That might still be the same this year if we cannot close the financial gap. Then we can invite, we can organize, but we possibly are not able to pay. So if anyone has an idea how this can be solved, that we can invite for an evening, that would be very much appreciated if you let us know. So I spoke on the envisioned timeline, on the process that follows now. Last question to you. Please raise your hand if there are any questions on the morning program that is unclear for you, or anything else that you would like to flag here, like Vlad did for social media. Jack?
We were briefly talking this morning about the possibility, maybe, of some introductory 10 minutes on technical aspects or whatever, just to understand what the following discussion is about. I take it that this is not really possible in the roster that we have right now, or is it? Or how could we just squeeze this in, if ever possible, and if ever a discussion would be willing to provide some extra 10 minutes beforehand?
Okay, good point. What we could basically do is you see that we have 15 minutes of a break between the subtopics. And it would not be an issue, I guess, if while the panel is changing and the new speakers are getting connected to microphones and getting briefed, that someone is taking the main stage and giving this 10 minutes introduction to the subsequent topic. That could be one opportunity. I think there are other opportunities as well, for instance, on day 0, or if we don't have an ongoing third track. As I said already, that's also a matter of resources that we have, yes or no. We could also say there is one room which is so-called the briefing room, where changing experts are introducing to a certain topic without all the brambolium of remote participation and all these kind of things, that just those people that are attending Tampere and with a very lightweight remote participation, or maybe we can even record it, can go to that so-called briefing room, which could also be used for flash session if we would like to have flash sessions again in the program. So I think that's possible. And I took note of those briefing sessions, and I'm pretty much in favor of this idea. And I think even with the limited resources, we could possibly do this with the third track. Now I see Mark and David have raised hand. Please go ahead, Mark, and then David.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. Just two quick points. On flash sessions or lightning talks, as they're called in the IGF, I just have a suggestion. Maybe it's already been floated somewhere. And that is the emergence of deepfake technologies, ChatGPT, and this kind of thing. I hear stuff on BBC virtually every day about this. It's going to transform the world, and huge policy issues, risks, and so on. So that was the first point. And then secondly, parliamentarians, forgive me if I missed discussion of this earlier. Is there some kind of parliamentary track for EuroDIG, or a session to which parliamentarians from all countries in Europe will be invited on a particular theme? Is that, sorry if I missed this completely.
No, you did not really miss it. What we have envisioned is the digital cooperation between European parliamentarians and African parliamentarians, this roundtable. We made that experience with EuroDIG, and that's different for EuroDIG than it is for the global IGF, that it's really difficult to engage them into another track. I mean, parliamentarians have to choose their time wisely. and while they come organized to the global IGF, because also it has the UN stamp on it, it is really hard to ask them now to follow the same thing on the European level. So it was in the past really hard to engage them in a track. Saying that, we also always had parliamentarians participating in certain sessions, but not organized in a track. And that's why we would like to try this year, not only that's why, but with our approach this year, that we have a very topical discussion as a follow-up from the global IGF with the region of Africa. We hope that we can have a good parliamentarian participation for this session, and then of course also have them participating in many of the other subsequent sessions. But we are not planning for a so-called track, because this was not really a successful thing we did in the past. Maybe in the future, if time changes, we can put more effort in this, but also here, I mean, look at the global IGF, they have one facilitator just for the parliamentarian track. We don't have that, and it would be difficult to facilitate in order to do it right. And then what was the other point you made? Parliamentarian track, and there was something else, right?
It was yeah, deep fake technologies.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
going to change, you know.
Yeah,
film,
this topic
news.
was already identified as missing, and in the actual list of proposals, it was added from one of the subject matter experts. It was Jörn Erput who added it. Must be some here. Number 33. This is a proposal that talks about Chat GPT, and depending on where we are with this in June, that might either become part of the overall discussion when speaking about artificial intelligence, or that might also become an addition or a flash session. So let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, as I say, it's fast moving up the political and creative industries agenda and so on. It's potentially huge, so it'd be timely for some, you know, detailed consideration or information provision at least in Tampere. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Wout, I think David was first, so I would like to give the floor first to David and then to you, Wout.
Okay, thanks, thanks, Sandra. Sorry, I'll turn on my camera. Just I wanted to know because I guess we are just going to discuss the content of the sessions at some point, but now that there are also keynote sessions or keynote opportunities, I would like to know what would be the process to select those. Who would? How can we make a proposal for that? Yeah, I want to know the process for that. And regarding the because you commented on the parliamentarian track on the Europe Africa work stream, I'm pretty sure that the European Commission would like to speak about that, because they are investing a lot of efforts and into that process. So perhaps we can engage with the Commission for that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I hope so too. And not only with the Commission, which is one of our partners, but also even more with the Parliament. So that would be really my wish. And I'm not sure if she's here now, Sorene, who submitted that proposal on behalf of the African Union. Sorene, if you are here, then raise your hand and please speak up. I have too many windows open and don't see if your name is among the participants. And on the keynote speakers, David, first of all, ISOC is a partner. And of course, we would be happy if you come up straightforward with a proposal for keynote speakers. That is indeed something we would wish from our partners to hear. In addition, when we now invite for comments on the program, we will also invite for names on the keynote speakers list, so that we reach out as early as possible, even if the program is not yet known and not yet drafted, but the generic focus areas, risk, resilience, hope, and also the sub-tracks, once they are clear, I think a keynote speaker can prepare accordingly and can schedule this in his agenda. So that is something that is to come via the official call for the community, but also in particular from the partners we would like to hear, whom you could also help to invite in this respect. Now I have a queue here about Nicola and Yrjö.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. Wout here. That parliamentarians, as you recall, we worked closely together to work with the IGF in Berlin to get the parliamentarians up to track and present and etc. I did one of the sessions with the parliamentarians, and we had a room full of people, including a lot of parliamentarians, and they all came totally prepared for what was expected of them in that session. And that preparation was no more than 3 or 4 questions that were put to them up front. But if we organize, like you were saying, something between the European and the African parliamentarians, if we want to prepare them with some focus on what the goal of the meeting is, then they do come prepared and they will have answers to the questions that you prepare for them. And that gives the whole meeting a focus and the whole the outcome a focus, and they will be able to come up with some sort of a statement at the end of it. And that is not days of work, but it's putting some thought into what the idea is and then prepare them with the right questions. So that is, I think, something which is feasible if we do not have a lot of money to pay consultants to do all the work. So that I proved that it's possible. Yes, I did get a little money for that to organize that session, but not like it was the end of the world. So it makes focus quite possible and to make tangible outcomes of that session possible. Thank you.
Wout, I would love you to join that org team which organizes then later on the round table between European and African Union. So that would really be appreciated if you could share then your experience. But we cannot pay not even little money. So
I know I was there last year as well, I think, and so. Yeah, okay. Give me a call.
Okay, Nicola, you go next.
Yeah, no, just to say that, as you know, the Finnish public broadcaster has been involved, and they are happy to join in as a official partner, I understand, of the event. And we hope to maybe get the Director General as a keynote speaker. I think that would be good. If she could, I mean, we're working on that, as you know, so that is a possibility. Yeah.
That's very good to hear. Thank you very much. And I think it's for the first time that we would have the national broadcaster being a member of the host team. That's really amazing. And I know that you have been behind that, making it possible. Thanks so much, Nicola.
But I mean, the Finnish broadcasters, they're very modern. So I think it's very good for them also to be part of this initiative.
Indeed. Okay, Yrjö, you go next.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Yrjö Länsipuro speaking. The commissioner who is responsible for EU relations with Africa is actually Finnish, Tytti Tuppurainen, and since that we are close to midsummer, chances are that she is in Finland at that time. So I'm going to find out if she would be available for a keynote related to this round table. The other, when I have the floor, I just we are discussing keynotes. I just want to say that we have elections in Finland on the 2nd of April, and that means that right now we can't approach people who might be ministers in the new government. However, I can assure you that we'll find, I mean, the ministers of the new government, or whether the old government is still sitting there, there will be, you know, someone from the government to welcome you. And if we get the suitable, that is to say, the guy who is now in charge of communications, he might actually have some substance in his keynote. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Uri, for all your efforts. Okay, election 2nd April. Usually, how long does it take in Finland before a new government is constituted? Is that a lengthy process, or is that something that goes quickly?
I don't want to speculate on that one. I mean, it can be, chances are that it might be fast, because we are in a sort of, as you know, I mean, the situation in Europe is what it is, and I think that it would be in a national interest to get a government as soon as possible. But you know, things can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I see in the chat that Sorena is still in the session. Sorena, since you made that proposal on the round table, would you like to speak up?
Okay, hi Sandra and hi everyone. Yes, I second Vag's recommendation regarding having maybe building up the proposal I put in place for EU and AU roundtable for MPs. So what we can do is, during the organization committee that we develop, we can further develop the focused questions. And one positive thing also, I got approached by GIZ here in South Africa, which I will have meeting next week, Wednesday. So maybe it will help us in resource or anything else. I have no idea yet. So I should be able to update you the outcome of the meeting. So regarding the African Union, the African member of parliament, it shouldn't be difficult to mobilize them for this discussion. So I will keep on updating the organizing committee as we go along. Thank you so much.
Okay, and thank you, Sorena. Just to give you a little story, Sorena and we met at the reception from the UK government during the IGF. And this was the evening when we were sitting on one table and where this proposal basically came to life. And then she said, yes, I'm going to submit it. And now here she is. I think that was one of the great moments when we all realized that how important in-person meetings and parties are, basically, because this is where the ideas are coming up. Okay, then any other comments or questions on the program, on the proposals, on the messages? Mark said, glad you came at the role. I think you have a greater role, not only this. Okay, so no questions at the moment. Then let me go back to our agenda. First of all, I stop screen sharing. So I see a little bit more. And on the agenda, we still have to accomplish an update on the Global Digital Compact. I can give you an update on IGF participation preparation. We might have a look at intersessional work and the potential of EuroDIG Extra. And Nadia, I remember at the moment when I was cut off the internet, there started already a discussion on EuroDIG. But I have no idea to which extent you could introduce the program. Would you like to take the floor now or after Mark, or as you wish? Is there still something that you would like to speak about, because you are the one organizing it?
Hi, Sandra. Let me see if I see myself. I don't know if you can see me or not.
We can see you, yes.
Right.
See you.
Wonderful. So EuroDIG applications have opened, and it's open until 10 February. We have a really great team this year. We have Rao from Portugal, we have Edgar from Georgia, we have Virginia from Lithuania, and we have Andrea from Romania. So we're a very wide team with a very varied background. Zhao is a medical doctor who's interested in kind of health technology, and you have Virginia, who's working more kind of on digital policies in the EU space, and Edgar is then focusing more on journalism and media, and you have Andrea, who is working with civil society on digital issues. So we're very excited to kind of bring all these people together and start planning how EuroDIG is going to look like. But of course, we're bringing in the ideas from the youth participants themselves. So in the application form, they indicate what they're interested in, what topics are really prominent. And of course, we try to match that accordingly to the EuroDIG sessions so that we can make sure that they interact with each other very well. But at the moment, what we're trying to do is to find people who are interested in coming to engage with us. So we're looking out to people who are interested in participating in the different sessions that are happening at EuroDIG, but also to interact with young people during EuroDIG. So during EuroDIG, we're hoping to kind of have little lunch meetings with people who are saying, well, we're here and we would love to connect with you. EuroDIG has already mentioned that they would love to come meet with youth participants. And this is what we're currently focusing on. So the program will open in April with online webinars. And then we have the EuroDIG program itself, which happens the 2 to 3 days before EuroDIG. And then at EuroDIG, they're going to be part of the crowd and interacting as their own stakeholder, but of course supported by an entire cohort of people who will be supporting them, and they can make sure that they can provide each other with ideas. And we hope that with the keynote, they will be able to then go further. And also we usually support youth diggers then to go to the IGF and present their thoughts and their ideas and the youth messages at the IGF. So that's where we stand at this moment in time. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate.
Thank you, Nadia. And I try to underline what you said with our information that is on the website. Congratulations already, Nadia, for bringing together such a great team of enthusiastic youth diggers from the past years. This is really something that is I'm not sure if it's unique, but it's something that needs to be highlighted, that always some people from last year's or the years before cohort are facilitating the program for the actual cohort, and that the people or the youngsters are selecting their own topics and not adults saying, we would like you to accomplish this program. So this is really something that grows on its own. And Nadia, I may do a little bit of advertising for you that you are at the moment doing your PhD or your thesis on youth participation, and that your master thesis will, at least part of it, will become an addition in our series, A Decade of Youth Participation, because, as I said already, youth participation at EuroDIG is really a success story. And Nadia will prove that this is the case with facts and figures and numbers. Speaking about numbers, please let me know, Nadia, how long is the call for application still open?
Until the 10th of February.
10th of February, that's a couple of days. I've seen a lot of applications are coming in. I have the feeling that it's much more than the years before. Rainer, do you by chance, and if not, then it's not a problem, do you by chance have a rough number on applications that we received so far? If not, it's not a problem.
I think we're beyond 60 now.
60, oh wow, that's quite a lot. And usually the applications are coming in the last day, the bulk of the applications. So that means a lot of work to go through the applications for the EuroDIG team.
I now have the concrete number 74.
70, oh wow. Good luck, Nadia.
Well, we have an entire team to work on it, and it's very exciting. And also kind of in a, what is very interesting to me is that in previous years, we had a very strong Western focus. So a lot of people coming from Germany, the Netherlands, etc. This year, there's a really strong focus from kind of like Romania, Bulgaria, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Armenian countries. So it's very interesting to see that there's a lot of interest coming from a different region now that also EuroDIG has moved to Finland.
Yeah, but that's actually a difficult thing because we all know that the travel costs will be much higher if we bring them from the south of Europe to the north of Europe, and that we might, because of limited budget, concentrate on the ones that are more in the region, just to do something, because otherwise we are not going to make it with this budget. That's the point. And really sad to hear that there's such a great interest from this region this year. Two hands, I see Wout and Ahmad.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. I'm sharing the call right now to my NL IGF network. As a comment and perhaps as a suggestion that I went to the Polish IGF totally unprepared where youth is concerned, and I was there the whole afternoon where one group after another had at least half an hour each, too little time to present on the phenomenal outcomes that they produced. And whatever session I was in later, I never saw it come back anywhere. Well, there were some super recommendations to the world. So in other words, if this is being prepared similarly, and I have the impression that it is, how can we make sure that what youth discusses also touches upon the themes that we select, and make sure that they report in the tracks what their outcomes and suggestions and recommendations are. And then you have the total tie-in of the youth to all the adults that are walking around, and that they see that they come up with some phenomenal thinking when you give them the chance. And perhaps that is the way forward to make sure that youth is really heard.
Yes, and that's why we are putting them first thing in the program this year and not at the end, so that everyone is aware about the outcomes from the EuroDIG and cannot say, yeah, but I only heard about it at the end of the conference. No, you will get to know at the beginning of the conference.
Yeah, and make sure they participate in the workshops, so that they can share their knowledge again and yeah, be heard. All right.
Thanks, Wout. Ahmed, please go ahead. Ahmad, sorry.
Thank you very much. Is it an in-person conference?
Yes, it is in person, but also virtual. Both is possible.
Okay.
But EuroDIG is only in person.
Yeah, okay. I asked you from Nadia about where is it, because I was late to connect, because we have some internet problems in here. It's no, once a while. What time it is, please?
So EuroDIG will be held from 16 June to 19 June in Tampere in Finland, and then EuroDIG is straight onwards from 19 to 20.
It is in Finland?
Yes.
In Helsinki, yeah?
In Tampere.
Okay, I've been there in Helsinki for some conferences. And I would like, anyway, to comment, I'm a long time just surviving with internet, to help the globally for some environmental issues and toxic pollution issues. So I'm very interested in participation, and I'll try to register if I can find it. I receive regularly the email. Thank you very much.
We will share on our communication channel. I think you received a newsletter when the registration for the EuroDIG conference will open, likely be in March or April. And even if you won't be able to come in person, please do participate virtually. That's always possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, any questions to Nadja on EuroDIG? If this is not the case, then I would like to hand over to the next topic. Mark, that would be you, to give an update on the process of the Global Digital Compact, where we are with the European stakeholder consultation, where we want to go, and what has happened on the global level at the moment. Mark, the floor is yours.
Yes, okay, thank you very much, Sandra. First of all, our consultation, it's still up there on the commenting platform of EuroDIG. I've just put the link in to the chat if you want to quickly look at it. We've extended the deadline to the 28th of February. Originally, we had it, well, back in October, actually, when after it was first announced, and then it was announced that the Summit of the Future in the UN, which would be the launch point for the compact, was rescheduled to 2024, so September 2024. So all the timings were then adjusted to take account of that rescheduling of the summit, including the tech envoys consultations on the on their platform for core principles and actions to be taken to achieve those, implement those principles, if you like. So the tech envoys deadline is the 31st of March. As I say, ours is now 28th of February. That allows us time to prepare a mission to the tech envoy and consult on that before we finalize it and send it off, expected towards the end of March. So that's our timeline for the consultation. If you we've got it up on the screen now. Yes, thanks very much. What I've done is to review recent EuroDIG messages as they are relevant to the thematic areas that were identified by the UN Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, which are now consulted on by the tech envoy. So we've followed the basic approach taken by the tech envoy, and I've drawn on EuroDIG messages with regard to core principles and actions commitments. So this is a start point really for our submission. It could form the basis for it in due course, but we do need inputs from stakeholders to confirm that and add to messages and any other relevant points under those themes. Now we have seven themes. First of all, connecting all people, including all schools. That's a point I think that some people tend to forget. There's a specific reference to connectivity and schools in our common agenda. That's the first one. Second, avoiding internet fragmentation. Thirdly, protecting data. Fourthly, applying human rights online. Fifthly, accountability for discrimination and misleading content. And sixthly, regulation of AI. Those are all thematic areas which EuroDIG has debated, discussed, and formulated messages on in recent years. The seventh topic, digital commons as a global public good, that hasn't been discussed at EuroDIG, nor indeed at the IGF. I don't recall any substantive discussion in Addis Ababa on this seventh thematic area. So that's a new area to initiate discussion on. And so I draw your attention in particular to that. We don't have any messages from previous EuroDIG events to formulate a start point for an input into the GDC process on that. So I really would urge people to think about this. What does digital commons mean for European stakeholders? And what are we talking about in terms of the public good? And how would we achieve such a concept of digital commons in practical terms? So a lot of key questions there. Then as a kind of eighth point, which the Tech Envoy has said, please submit views on what additional thematic areas might be included in the GDC. Now, having reviewed recent EuroDIG events, I saw that green digitalization was had been consistently an important issue which EuroDIG has discussed, and which wasn't identified specifically by the Secretary General in our Common Agenda report in any great detail, and it hasn't been proposed by the Tech Envoy. So I've put that in as a kind of floating proposal as an additional topic, which is, has enormous political relevance. We're talking about, the conferences of the parties are talking about the contribution of digital technologies to achieving greater environmental sustainability and transformation of industries and so on. So there it is. I've drawn on the recent messages from EuroDIG to formulate a possible input on that as an eighth topic. But again, I need the agreement of stakeholders to put that forward, and for maybe additional comments and maybe an additional thematic area that I hadn't even thought about. So I draw your attention in particular to that as something to reflect on and contribute to the commenting platform on. Do you support green digitalization as an additional GDC thematic area? Do you propose anything else that hasn't been covered or isn't covered transversely in any of the other thematic areas, perhaps? Okay, so that's basically where we are with the commenting platform. We've got about three weeks or so until our deadline to enable me to draft something and then consult again on that draft in March and submit it by the 31 March deadline. Other GDC developments that to remind you of, as Sandra mentioned earlier, there are now consultations going on tomorrow. Firstly, at the invitation of the Rwanda and Swedish co-facilitators, consultation with civil society, youth, and academia. That's a kind of first consultation event that's happening tomorrow, and Sandra's taking part in that, as she mentioned earlier. And then on the 10th, this will be followed by a consultation with the private sector and the tech community, primarily, as I understand it. And I've signed up for that to explain what we're doing at the EuroDIG level in particular. So we're seeing things starting to ratchet up on consultations. There will be a round of thematic consultations starting from the end of February through to June. So I don't think the details of those consultations are out yet, but they will be presumably open and available for all stakeholders to contribute actively to on the thematic areas. And I presume the thematic areas are the 7 that have been set out in the our common agenda and are the subject of the Tech Envoy's consultation. So that will take us up to June, and at the time of Tampere, of course. So I think we'll be at, if we have a dedicated session in Tampere on the GDC, which the outline agenda does provide for, we will be pronouncing in a timely fashion as a regional stakeholder community to convey our views, comments, proposals into the process. Over the summer, the Tech Envoy will be preparing a report, I believe, on the stakeholder consultations. There will be a ministerial meeting to review the process in September this year at the UN in New York. I don't know if anybody knows yet specifically how that's going to be run and how open it'll be and so on. But from then onwards, we can be pretty sure it'll become a multilateral process through the autumn, sorry, Northern Hemisphere autumn, our autumn, through to the end of the year, maybe early into next year in the General Assembly. So the extent to which stakeholders will be interact with the process in the second half of this year is pretty unclear. We can all hope to encourage that and promote that through our representation in the UN missions of our governments to say, come on, keep this process as open as possible to stakeholders. But we'll have to see how it goes. So that's where we are. And then, of course, we're into 2024 and the run up to the summit, and then the GDC will be launched. But also bear in mind, there's going to be an implementation phase of the GDC after the summit. And when I was putting together a session in Addis Ababa about this, where we had Amandeep Singh taking part, it was a session for the dynamic coalitions, he said very clearly, it's also about implementation. And he saw a role for the IGF and its stakeholder communities and the NRIs in the implementation phase. So we should all bear in mind that in terms of EuroDIG in 2024 and so on. Okay, I think I said far too much, probably, or taking too long, probably. But Sandra, back to you. And of course, any questions, if I've missed anything vital to hear. Final message, please promote awareness of this link to the to our consultation on the EuroDIG commenting platform. Nobody's really focused in on it yet. I appreciate the reasons why. There's a lot of lobbying going on, but we are now and got 3 weeks to go. Okay, Sandra, back to you.
Thank you, Mark. This was a really good summary on where we are, where we would like to go to, and what is the global process. And as Mark said, we need your input now. We have only received one comment so far, and this was on the topic that was proposed in addition, and I think rightly proposed, on green digital transformation, because this was indeed a topic on the EuroDIG agenda for quite some years. And there was expressed support by Michael Oggia, who was also part of the intersessional group that worked on it and introduced that topic to EuroDIG. So, but this is really, that was a comment from 6th of September, and ever since no other individual had or organization had made a comment. And that's really, well, either everyone considers the message that Mark collected as so perfect that we can send it out as it is, then Mark, well done. But I know that there are also consultations going on various national levels, and it would be good that at a certain point of time we can also feed in the national messages or the national findings and conclusions into the European debate. So please, 28th of February is really the last deadline to submit comments on the European stakeholder consultation, because then, of course, we need some time to bring it all together. And 31st of March is then did I say no? So sorry. The date for submitting input on the European platform is 28th of February. And then Mark has 1 month to bring it all together in order to submit it on the 31st of March into the global process. I think I said it wrong in the first place. Too much speaking today, sorry. Wout, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. Coming back to the Dutch National IGF once again, also there it was asked that we can be the submitter of a proposal. And also there, nobody really stepped up saying we will deliver anything. Perhaps they do, I don't know, but there weren't any warm reactions to it because everybody is contemplating their own response, look at it from their own personal agenda. Looking at my dynamic coalition at the IGF from Internet Standard Security and Safety, we will also submit our own submission to the GDC at the end of March, probably. So, and I think I said this before, but what I think EuroDIG has to make clear what the added value is to also do this together. So is that only to reiterate what has already been said individually, or is there a message on top that could be construed somehow? And then perhaps people will be interested to send in their responses in time to you as well. So that I think that is one. The other area that Mark and I identified as missing is cybersecurity. And because the overall theme is on trust, well, you trust and cyber digital security, whatever you want to call it, are two sides of the same coin. You can only have trust if the system works more secure than it does today. So that is a topic that is missing, and perhaps, and I'm saying perhaps because I'm not sure, that they foresee it as a topic that goes into all the areas. But if you don't isolate it, then my experience is that cybersecurity gets lost because the experts are all not experts in cybersecurity and usually a bit afraid to touch the topic. So they just leave it alone and just debate the topic they're an expert in. So my advice would be to add cybersecurity there as well. And I don't think that we'll have a text ready by the 28th of February, but a little bit later perhaps, and it will be, we could add that text to EuroDIG's text as well. So make sure that Mark is involved with IS3C, so he can put in the text here as well if you think that it is fitting. So that's an offer that I can make. But the main message is, what is the added value to use the EuroDIG platform for a submission as well? Because then you may have the responses that you're still looking for, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one added value is, for instance, to fill the 7-point digital commons as a global public good with live, because as Mark said, there was not much on the EuroDIG discussion. There might be more discussion on a national level. For instance, I participated in the Austrian roundtable on this issue, and they had indeed some opinions and some discussion on this. So yes, that would be I think no one from Austria is here today, but I think that would be the right moment to feed into. Luisa, you have raised your hand. I guess that's an old hand, right? Yeah, then Luisa, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I will say from like a newcomer perspective, a newcomer to the continent perspective, that I didn't know about the commenting platform. So I'm very engaged on internet governance. So I'm wondering if there was some active invitation, for example, institutions, programs, or organizations that are working on the topics, like in Mayo, to submit the comments. Because, for example, I know some institutions in Germany that are working on green digital transformation, and maybe sending them, like requesting their contributions could be a way to have more participation.
Yeah, thanks, Luisa. Indeed, in terms of outreach, we could do more on an individual basis, but I must also say, a matter of resources. An additional person doing just that would be wonderful. At the moment, we are feeding our channels with the news. We are trying to improve those. And well, I mean, this from our mailing lists, we see that we have quite a lot of people that are following us. So actually we would have wished that there comes more input, but I also see a tendency that at the moment people are concentrating on the organizational input that they might bring as an organization, and that is sometimes already consuming enough, and then to see how that fits into the national debate, if there is a national debate happening, and then going the extra round in order to feed it into the European debate. Okay, let's see. I mean, it's not that we have nothing. We have the wonderful compilation from the past couple of years, because all of these topics have been discussed. So we could go with that, but we would of course appreciate if now that the process is on, additional input comes into this play. So, and if you have direct ideas, just give me a call or send me an email, and I'm happy to follow up with you bilaterally if you have an idea of whom to approach.
Sandra?
Yes?
This is Titi. Sorry, but for some reason I cannot raise my hand, so I will just share some information from my side, because in Italy we also, as you know, have run this public consultation on GDC, but so far we have a very low participation. And I think the reason why there is this low participation, it's because maybe people are not so aware about the process. Sometimes they don't know what they could do. So I think that maybe more information on this, more promotion on the social and so on could be useful. This is what we can we will try to do in the next weeks, because we are in the same situation. We have a deadline for the public consultation on the Italy IGF platform on the 28th of February. And so far we had 3 people that submit just a few comments. So I think it could be useful. I mean, we will do in our side to have more communication, to try to explain what the GDC is and what are the comments we expect on those main subjects that have been indicated by the UN Secretary General. So this is my opinion. Just I want to share just what is my personal opinion on why, I mean, there is a so low participation from people. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Titi. Any other comment on the GDC? Okay, then I go back to our agenda. Yeah. Okay, we spoke about EuroDIG, we spoke about the GDC. On the IGF participation, we know that IGF is taking place early this year in October. And as another cross-regional initiative, I discussed at the IGF in Addis Abeba together with the coordinator of the Asia Pacific IGF, Jennifer Chang, whom possibly many of you know quite well, because she's also active in the IGFSA support association, that we might deliver a joint proposal for discussion at the IGF, so that not EuroDIG is doing a EuroDIG session, but that EuroDIG together with the Asia Pacific IGF is doing a session. This is, for the one hand, our good example of reducing the number of sessions, so that not every region has to do its own little thing, but on the other hand, also fostering an exchange among the regions. On the participation or on the processes on the IGF, you might be aware that we have one of our partners, Lise Fuhr. She is Director General of ETNO, the European Telecom Associations, Networks Operators Associations. She's part of the leadership panel, and soon we will have an interview with her on the work of the GDC, on the work of the leadership panel. And that interview will also be published on the EuroDIG website, and that will take place. Hopefully we can accomplish this before the the open consultation are taking place beginning of March in Vienna. And as far as I understood, also there will be a discussion about the GDC in Vienna and the relationship to WSIS +10, not sorry, +10, +20. So this is also on our radar, and we are active on this field. I would encourage you to follow that. As I said, we are publishing everything on our newsletter. If you are not yet subscribed to the newsletter, we encourage you to do so. It will be sent about once a week, most of the weeks, not all the weeks, but most of the weeks. And in addition, we will also improve a little bit on social media. A LinkedIn group was formed last year, and we will continue on that one as well, also to make the news easier accessible on the website. So this is in preparation already. Mark, you have raised hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks. I think I just wanted to signal that there are two big conferences coming up in Europe. There's the UNESCO one on Internet for Trust, regulating digital platforms for information as a public good. That's at UNESCO in Paris on the 21st to the 23rd of this month. How should regulators deal with technical challenges in applying a human rights-based approach regulation to the digital platforms is a kind of key question for that. So, if somebody puts a hand up and say there's a EuroDIG event in June, and this is, the topics here are highly relevant for that, it's just an opportunity for awareness raising. And then similarly, the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona on the 27th until the 2nd of March has sessions on delivering the digital decade, including green technology and Internet of Things and so on. So that's another, if anybody's going to Barcelona for the Mobile World Congress, it's an opportunity to say, we're putting together the EuroDIG agenda, and some of these issues are going to be discussed in Tampere. So those thoughts come to mind, and there are other things going to be happening in March, April, May. I won't recount them all now. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Actually, too many parallel processes on the global level are going on, and it's really hard to follow all of them. Last part are intersessional work and EuroDIG Extra. On the intersessional work, I can say at the moment our intersessional work is the work on the GDC, as Mark mentioned already. That's the main focus. We had some intersessional work going on also on topical issues, just like green IG. At the moment, that's on hold because activity went down a little bit, and it's sometimes hard to enforce. But when the times comes, that topic might still cook up again, and so that we are going back to this. But at the moment, our intersessional work concentrates on the GDC and these processes. And then one more point on the EuroDIG Extra. That was a very successful format that we have introduced during the pandemic as a virtual format. Now, last year we had no session at all under EuroDIG Extra, albeit we were considering a couple of times to do something. The first moment that we considered doing something was when the war came out, and the claim was to take .ru from the root. But other organizations were much faster, like RIPE NCC, for instance. They had already virtual roundtables or sessions going on this, so that we said we are not duplicating the efforts here. And then we were considering having a EuroDIG extra on the GDC, but then with the postponed deadline many times, this was also more or less obsolete. It wouldn't have made any sense to do this. Still, I would like to send that as an invitation to you. If you have something that you think could be or should be discussed either before EuroDIG in terms of leading to the program, or as a standalone topic, or after EuroDIG as a follow-up, or whatsoever is relevant, please do not hesitate to reach out to us, and we can rather easily, in an ad hoc manner, set up a EuroDIG extra. Preparation time or time to announce it is not more than 2 weeks. And we do it really very lightweight. We need a topic, we need someone who takes care of the moderation, and maybe 1 or 2 people who can give input on the certain issue that was proposed. So that's really an invitation. If you have anything that you would like to discuss with the broader European community, extras have been quite well attended, and we will definitely continue with this format, even if last year we had none. But let's see if we get this year something back. It is definitely something that we would like to keep in our portfolio of activities. And EuroDIG is not owned by us. EuroDIG is owned by the community. So if you would like to see something to be discussed, let us know. So, and basically this is it from my side. We've been through the agenda. We are very much ahead of time, which is not bad. I would like to ask for a last time if there is anything, any other business, any question to what has been said or discussed, any comments, what just came to your mind, or any other idea that you would like to mention here. Then please feel free, speak up, raise your hand. It's still time, and also the invitation, if that comes to your mind after this session, send us an email. Input on the proposals will be considered until Tuesday next week, which is the 7th, and then we will take the pen and put down the first draft program structure. Jack, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for tremendous work at the Secretariat. That we know that with limited resources, you're doing an absolutely excellent job. Thanks so much also for chairing you personally this meeting here, which was not easy given the full agenda we had. Then something very precise on the EuroDIG in Tampere. I had a short exchange during today's meeting on details on accommodation, just the practical details. Tampere, just a question on the organizers. When do you think that you will send out more details on this? Because it's always good to have just quite some time to prepare. Is there already something in the pipeline, or how should this work?
Actually, there is, and I share my screen again in order to show you where you can find it. At least some hotel recommendations are already on the website, and you will find it here linked under Get Involved, logistical details. And there is a PDF linked here, where you can find a number of hotels nearby. And with these hotels, there's also sometimes a discount agreed that you could use for your planning purposes. On getting to Tampere, there are two opportunities. One is there are some airlines serving Tampere Airport. As far as I was informed, it's Air Baltic and another one. Uri, you might know more. But also it is very, very convenient to use this major hub of Helsinki as the airport, and then take a 2 hours train to Tampere. Trains in Finland, they just work. And you just take the commuter train towards Helsinki and change after 2 or 3 stations, and then take the train towards to Tampere. And Tampere is a very compact city from the train station to the university and all the hotels and the city center. It's all very close and very convenient, walking distance, I would say. So this is really should be easily accessible via Helsinki, which is indeed a major hub, and then another 2 hours. And as I said already, it's midsummer, so you might just extend your stay, and then it's worth taking that additional train to Tampere, which is a very, very nice city surrounded by 2 lakes, and one lake is higher and the other one is lower, and Tampere is in between. I'm just making some advertisement for your hometown, but you might do much better. Jack, I hope this answered your question. If you have any others on the logistics, let me know. If this is not the case, then Wout has raised its hand.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. For once, I thought I don't have anything to say, and then you made a comment about the coming Tuesday, with the possibility to comment. Would you like to receive what we've discussed here in writing as well, or is that covered with the notes you've made so that we don't have to repeat it? That's the only question I have.
I did take notes. They might not be complete. So if you have something really that is very close to your heart, then a short note, bullet points would be fine, would be appreciated, just for the completeness of the notes that I took.
I heard the org teams centralized to start, so that's the main point I had, I think, today. And thank you also for sharing and the opportunity. I think a great job done today, so and preparing it. So thank you, Sandra and Rainer.
Thanks for the good ideas to all of you and for participating. David, go ahead.
Yes, Sandra, thank you. And what happens beyond Tuesday? I mean, how can we get listed to participate in the org committees and deciding, yeah, what happens beyond Tuesday?
So on Tuesday, we expect additional input just from the participants of the call. It's not a public call, it does not go via a newsletter. So only participants in this call will be asked to say something that they have forgotten to say during this call. Then we will do the draft program, and we will keep in touch with our partners via the partners mailing list and via the submitters on the next steps. And I would assume that we invite for the org teams to start the work after we have the consolidated program, which will be end of February. So that might be the time to get involved. But David, I would once more invite you in particular to let us know whom you have in mind as keynote speakers, so that we can nail EuroDIG down in their agenda as early as possible. So that would be really, really good. And otherwise, via the partners list on which you are, we will distribute the information. Anything else? If this is not the case, then I give you back 1 hour of your lifetime. because we have scheduled the call until 5. I was hoping that it's not going to take that long. I must say I found this a very efficient and fruitful call. I had a lot of ideas that I took note of that came from you. Thank you very much. I mean, this entire EuroDIG only works when the community is giving input. It's not us doing it, it's we just implementing what you are suggesting. And today I found there were a lot of good suggestions coming up. I was also very happy to see a lot of new faces here, even if they have been a bit quiet sometimes. I understand that sometimes people have to get familiar with the processes, but we hope to you find your way into EuroDIG. You would be very much welcome. And with our host in Finland, I'm really very confident that we will see an extraordinary EuroDIG in a country that is digitally on the forefront of Europe, of everything. And with the university in Tampere, which I had the pleasure to visit already in September, I can really promise that's a very, very convenient place to hold a EuroDIG. Not only that the city is very nice, but also short ways, very bright, white building, a lot of light. It's really a very nice environment to have a EuroDIG. And since EuroDIG switched on the camera, EuroDIG, if you don't mind, I would like to give you the final word as the host.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you very much for all those nice words about Tampere. Well, what can I say? You are all welcome to Tampere in June, and we do the best we can to make your your time there nice and comfortable, and hoping for good weather as well. So please come. Thank you.
Yes, in-person participation is really something we should go back to. Enough of virtual meetings. Okay, then have a good rest of the day, and you will hear from us by email and via our communication channels, and looking forward to starting the process for this year. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.